I need a motion.
The required standards. I believe Colleen's presentation, was very accurate, and I appreciate, her findings. We accept the responsibility to make the sidewalk safe. So in our view, the patchwork wouldn't look good. We are a vacation rental facility, and aesthetics are important to us, and we want our guests to come and see that we are offering quality accommodations for them, and that didn't seem right. And if you're going to do part of it, we might as well do the whole thing. It would be a lot easier, cleaner. It would give a finished product. It would enhance the aesthetics of the neighborhood as well. What we're asking for is we're in complete agreement. We want a safe environment, and we have no argument with that. And all we're requesting are two what I consider minor requests: to change the scoring pattern and to modify the color to the San Diego buff color. We are historic property. The building that we just renovated was built in 1907. We're part of the train district, and we think it would just enhance the quality and the aesthetics to the district throughout. And I think it would benefit both the neighborhood and the city of Sonoma. We've taken on, this project has exceeded our expectations, but we want to do it right, and we want to comply with the regulations in the city. So we'd appreciate your approval for our request for the two items that are a variance to the code. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now, at this time, I'd like to invite the public to come forward if you wish to speak on this item. And please state your name and address.
Good evening. Robert Demler, 649 First Street West, Sonoma. I'm here speaking as an individual, but for full context and full transparency, I want to say I'm the executive director of the Sonoma League for Historic Preservation, the next door neighbor at 291 First Street East to the 313 bungalows. I personally have followed the progress of all of the renovations over the past several years, and I want to congratulate Isaac and Manette for their patience and their perseverance in meeting every hoop that came their way. Some were flaming hoops, of course, to be expected in dealing with a historic building. I have reviewed their plans, their proposal, and I think they're quite interesting. And I personally think Sonoma's charm would benefit from less uniformity than we sometimes try to impose. We travel to Europe to see villages that nothing is the same. So we have a very nice village here, and the good friends have added to the charm of our village. Therefore, I would like to recommend and request, rather, that you approve this variance without any conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, come forward.
Hi, I'm Dwight Morrell, I live at 327 First Street East, which is on the other side of Isaac and Manette. And I've been watching them renovate for the last couple of years, and quite beautiful. But for tonight, it's the concrete that they want to do on the sidewalk is in their property. I don't know if you visited it, but it's just beautiful. The pattern, the color, and I would love to see them get the variance, and I'm totally on board with it. And if I ever have to change my house, which is right next door to it, and I have to do the sidewalks, I'd probably do it something very similar. So I'd love to see them get, to be able to change that and make it a beautiful sidewalk, the entire 117 feet.
Thank you.
So.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Linda Corrado, 270 First Street East. I'm here on behalf of Manette and Isaac as a personal request to grant the variance. Having sat up there, I've granted many variances before on many more stringent conditions, and I think this is favorable, and I know that they are people of integrity and mean well, and that the safety of the project is their first and foremost priority. So I ask that you grant the variance.
Thank you very much.
And I did it under 3 minutes.
Amazing. Anyone else? Seeing no movement, I will then close the public session and bring it back to my fellow commissioners. Before I entertain discussion, I did want to say I did bring a sample of the color that's proposed. This is much better than a paper chip, just to have a better, accurate idea of what we're talking about.
Mr. Chair, if I can, while you're looking at the chip,
Yes.
just point of clarification, there are actually conditions in your resolution. One requires an encroachment permit, and I think the second one requires compliance with any mitigation that Fergie deems necessary to protect the public health. So just, I didn't want you to think that there were no conditions related to the approval, if that's your
Okay.
direction tonight.
Okay. All right, I'm open to some dialogue. Please.
Well, as Bill Willers taught me, you never look at projects based on the people, but I do have to highly recommend Manette and Isaac. I think that you've always done a great job there, and as Robert Demler mentioned, you have been a great neighbor to the Mason Ave House and all of First Street East. So thank you guys, and I'm definitely totally in favor of this project, and I'll be supporting it with absolutely no changes as proposed. I think that Colleen has done an excellent job here, and I just want to thank you for being so creative and willing to go the extra step, literally, to make this a beautiful project and make it safe and to enhance that whole neighborhood. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Jim?
I agree with everything Commissioner Neal has said. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the variance.
Let's have more, make sure there's plenty of room for discussion before we do that.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the applicant for coming to talk tonight. Appreciate that for the sake of my edification, for the sake of continuity and the sake of public safety. Not to mention that the color and the scope of the project is not so glaringly different that it impacts the aesthetics of the neighborhood. I'm inclined to support your project.
Wendy, do the two absent people wish to make comment?
Let's see.
Commissioner Barberos would like to speak.
Okay.
My hand up.
Yes, Steve. Welcome.
Well, I agree completely with the comments that have been made previous, particularly Sheila's, and I think we should grant this. It's an improvement, and it'll be a nice addition.
Very good. Thank you, Steve. And our last individual, Mr. Barnett, is he interested in speaking?
I concur with the opinions of my fellow commissioners.
Thank you very much. I guess that leaves me. I too would like to thank the applicants for what I have observed in the last few months as a very thoughtful renovation of your property, making it very unique and something that is a very positive place in Sonoma. I am probably going to be the one that's going to be speaking. I have a split thought on this. I applaud your willingness to not piecemeal the repair in front and for taking it from property line to property line. That speaks very well of you, and you certainly, as has been documented in your photos as well as just walking around town, you know what a patchwork quilt sidewalk looks like. So in that sense, I thank you very much. I also fully support the idea of changing the scoring pattern. I think we're talking about a very small, low residential district. It's pedestrian friendly, and scoring it like that, I think makes a lot of sense, and I do support that. The only area that I'm struggling with, and it's just based upon my own aesthetic, is that I would prefer to see it in the standard sidewalk color, and part of that is just looking at the whole context of a typical sidewalk and not having what you might call projections of different coming out. I think that the charm and beauty of what you've invested in, which has been significant, will remain charming and beautiful, and that the statement is as strong without incorporating what is seen as city sidewalk into your nice complex. So I do support the sidewalk in the scoring pattern, but I will be struggling with the idea of introducing a color like this there, even though you do have it on your property. But I also kind of see it as kind of a transition of stepping from public onto this special private property. So those are my comments, and so at this point, I think with having everybody spoke, that we can either have a little more discussion, or I would be happy to entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the variance as presented by the applicant.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair, can I just mention that you would need to approve the resolution that's in your packet?
Okay, we'll backtrack and say we need to approve the resolution, and are you willing to do that with your?
Sure. Does the resolution need any description?
Okay, can someone draw us to that, please?
Yeah, the primary reason there's a resolution is to make the findings that are required by the code, and then the only condition of approval is for any work like this in the public right-of-way, and a city encroachment permit is required. And with the variance request approved, if it was approved, then they would be held to the approved variance request. They couldn't go back and say, oh, we want to use that scoring pattern and color here, here, and here, but not do the whole frontage. The proposal is the whole frontage. That's what the resolution would approve and what they would be held to in terms of conditions on the project. That makes sense?
I think so. How much, do we need more detail on just approving the resolution?
No,
can we expect her to fill that in?
No, well, I think it's on page 13 right now, so we have it all laid out as far as what the findings need to be.
Mr. Chair, all you need to do is make a motion to approve the resolution for the item.
Do we couple that to what was first put forth? Okay, it's your call, because we made the resolution.
Okay. Where's the resolution on 13?
So what you documented, so we're talking about not detrimental to public welfare, we're talking about the variances, the scoring, and the color, and no impact to structural requirements, no added maintenance, enhance the sidewalk, and as they said here on the
Wait,
side.
let me see this rest of the house. Okay, but it's not.
Okay, sure.
It's up to your sidewalks managed.
So then it, you know, so it's no issue with that, no issue with maintenance. It's proposed as being an enhancement, so the maintenance and the structural requirements, which you saw right up there. And the last part of it is that so being it's just the enhancement, it's seen as an enhancement.
Okay.
And then they will get a
Where's the rest?
any encroachment permit down here, conditions of approval, it's just they have to seek an encroachment permit.
Mr. Chair, if I can try to make it easier for you,
Please.
simply a motion, and you can say what he said if you want. Just say a motion to adopt the resolution attached to the packet for this item 8 whatever it is,
Would you like to
as
reiterate
presently
what
constituted.
the director said? Just-
So moved.
I'm sorry, would you please, Director Starr?
You can just simply say that you make a motion to approve the resolution that's attached to this particular agenda item, and that way you don't have to read everything into the record.
Okay, just.
I think we just.
X
I think we just got a motion.
2021.
Thank you. I think we just got a motion from Commissioner O'Neill. So if you want to second it or.
Second? Second. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Wyrick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Aye.
and Chair Wellender.
No.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-1.
Thank you very much. Good luck with your project. Okay, with that, we're going to be moving on down to agenda item 8.3. And this is regarding 29 East MacArthur Street, known as the MacArthur Place Hotel. And the item is to discuss, consider, and take possible action to approve of a use permit amendment and waiving the residential component parking exception and accepting the design review application. So with that, I would welcome staff to share the report. No problem. No, we can kibitz if we wish to. It is nice. I would prefer full facial expression, but I'll take this.
Okay, while Christina's doing that, I just wanted to say how nice it is to see all your faces. This is really lovely. Thank you for coming.
I'm encouraged to see that people remembered to wear the bottom halves of their wardrobes, given our experience of late, right? No
Thank
comment.
you.
Thank you for your patience. Yeah, this is our first meeting back, and we have a brand new hybrid system, so all the computers and controls and everything are a little bit different than we're used to, so thank you. All right. The bonus is my dog won't be barking in the back, and there won't be children trying to run through laundry baskets and get attention. So thank you all for your time and attention, and I echo Commissioner O'Neill's comments. It's very nice to see everyone's faces, even if we're masked. The item tonight was continued from our June Planning Commission hearing. It is the MacArthur Place Hotel and Spa Use Permit, Parking Exception and Design Review at 29 East MacArthur Street. And I will blow past this pretty quickly because we already spent a good amount of time in June. I think everybody is pretty familiar with the property. It is in the Broadway corridor, zoned for mixed use, 20 units per acre. And the proposed project entails the construction of 5 new buildings on the existing hotel campus that would contain 11 new hotel guest rooms. The total square footage would be 6,413 square feet of new buildings. And just wanted to remind everyone that originally there was an outdoor tent component, and that was removed by the applicant at our June hearing. Just a quick overview of the proposed project. The buildings are named U, V, W, X, and Y. There's 1 guest room in U and V, 4 in W and X, and 1 in Y. And the new buildings are really integrated into the existing landscaping and have been tucked into little spaces that are identified by the architect team as being usable for the purpose. At our June meeting, we reviewed the site plan, the tree removal plan, the proposed elevations, V, W, the 2-story fourplex, another 2-story fourplex, and the exterior renderings. Just to remind you, here's the materials and finishes that would match the existing hotel with Benjamin Moore Navajo white and black trim. The primary issue that the Planning Commission was struggling with at the last hearing was the proposed parking. And just to jog everyone's memory, the hotel has really evolved over a number of years. There was a 1997 rezoning and use permit that had 1 set of parking standards, 1999 expansion, and the current master use permit for the property is a 2018 use permit that approved 122 parking spaces. And there was an exception approved for the valet program and a 50% reduction in parking allowed for combined uses that are shared by the hotel guests, including the restaurant, spa, and on-site events. There was a concept introduced in 2018 of a parking bank. And at our last Planning Commission hearing, the desire of the Commission was to extinguish the concept of the bank and to address the deficiencies through a parking exception. And here is just an overview of what was approved in 1999. So there were 99 parking spaces for 64 guest rooms. In 2018, 122 spaces for the same 64 guest rooms, but that was adding on the restaurant, so 16 and a half spaces for the restaurant and the spa and meeting center. In 2020, as part of the emergency generator use permits, there was also a restriping program that increased the number of spaces from 120 to 131. And then most recently in June, there was consideration of the 11 hotel guest rooms originally. And there was also an initial study and mitigated negative declaration that was circulated pursuant to CEQA. We have a final document that was presented to the Planning Commission in June and has been up on our website. We received comments from the public and those were all incorporated. The direction in June from the Planning Commission was to continue the hearing to August and to address the parking through consideration of a parking exception for the 10 parking space deficit in order to extinguish the concept of the parking bank and to evaluate the project on its merits compared to today's standards. Also included in your packet is a revised parking management plan that the applicant has prepared and took into account the comments from the Planning Commission from June. It's much more concrete and has some more finite deliverables and recommendations. So the current proposal before the Planning Commission tonight is consideration of design review, use permit, including waiver of the residential component. That was also discussed in June, and there's a written request from the applicant in your packet to address those issues. And then the parking exception, which would be for 10 parking spaces. So before you is an overall analysis of what is currently on the project site now and what is proposed. So as proposed, the total would be 75 guest rooms. The maximum shift would be 34 employees. The total number of seats between the restaurant, coffee shop, and bar is 132 indoor seats and 33 outdoor seats. That requires 16.5 parking spaces for that, 75 for the hotel, and 17 spaces for employees. The conference center is unchanged, and the spa is unchanged as part of this current application. The applicant is requesting to also use the 50% reduction for accessory uses that has been approved previously, stemming, I believe, it might go back prior to 2018, but it was most definitely present at that time. And the recommendation is to approve the use permit, including the findings for a residential waiver, parking exception, and design review. And these are the use permit findings of approval and the design review findings of approval. And that concludes my presentation. Are there questions?
Very good. Any questions for staff?
Christina, could you go back to that parking chart that you just had up 2 slides ago? And just go through that a little slower with me.
Absolutely. So on the left-hand side, we have all the various land uses.
I have Larry Barnett on my screen.
On the left, you see the column that says land use. So this is all the various land uses that correspond to our parking requirements. So we have the hotel itself, the employees servicing the hotel, the restaurant, coffee shop, and the bar is also included in that, the conference center, and the spa. So each of those uses have different parking standards. So for example, the parking standard for a hotel is 1 parking space per guest room. So for the 75 guest rooms, there's a total of 75 parking spaces required. For employees, the way that the code looks at employees for a hotel is to look at the maximum number of employees per shift, and then maximum number is 34 employees. And the requirement is 1 parking space per 2 employees. So there are 17 parking spaces required for that. And then we have some ancillary uses where they would be used by both the hotel guests and then also from members of the public. So we have the restaurant, the conference center, and the spa. So on a strict code level, our parking requirement is 1 space per 4 seats. So for the 132 indoor seats, that is 33 parking spaces required. Our code does not require parking spaces for up to 25% of the outdoor spaces. So as you'll see in the table, there are no spaces required for the outdoor seats. And that's to accommodate the flex in seasons between patrons wanting to be inside versus outside. For the conference center, the standard is also 1 parking space per 4 seats, or 1 per 75 square feet, whichever is greater. So the capacity of the conference center is 150 people, and the requirement is 37.5 parking spaces. The spa parking requirement is 1 space per 300 square feet of floor area, and so 27.6 parking spaces will be required for the spa. What the far right column is showing is that our code also allows for a reduction in the parking standard of up to 50% for ancillary uses. And so the ancillary uses in this case are the restaurant, the conference center, and the spa. And the theory is that a member of the public that's staying at the hotel will also be going to the coffee shop, the restaurant, the spa, and maybe they're attending a wedding. And so if you added them all up, you would theoretically have a parking space for a hotel and a parking space for the restaurant and a parking space for the spa and the coffee shop. So you could have, up to 5 parking spaces for one couple. And so that's what that 50% reduction is trying to encompass.
Thank you. Can you explain why there's one parking space for 2 employees?
That's the way our code has been for many, many years. I think the theory is that not every single employee will be driving in their own individual vehicle. Maybe some are coming from the same household, carpooling, some are riding bikes, some might walk.
And with a shift change, with employees having to come on duty before the other employees leave, then there's some overlap of employees for some period of time. We don't take that into account in any way?
So that is a part of the parking management plan, and I'll let the hotel management team take a look at that. But as you'll note, the total number of existing spaces is 131 parking spaces. So the number of hotel rooms is 75. So they're, maybe I'm doing my math wrong, not quite double, but there's a good number of extra spaces to accommodate people who are coming to the hotel who are not guests.
All right, thank you.
I have some questions, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I just want to verify the number of people allowed for a special event, which would mean a meeting, conference, or a wedding, or something comparable to it. Am I correct in understanding that those events are limited to 150 people maximum?
Correct, and I believe that's the fire code limit as well.
Okay. And is the spa calculation on the chart I'm looking at, which results in 13.8 spaces, the spa is shown at 8,285 square feet. Is that the dimension of the current spa or the enlarged spa that has previously been approved?
The approved spa.
That's the approved enlarged one.
Correct.
Okay. Has you or anyone verified that the outdoor seating actually is 33 seats?
No, I have not personally gone out and counted them, but that is a requirement of the existing use permit, and that is not proposed to be changed at this time. That goes back to the 2018 use permit.
Okay, I only want to mention that I had occasion to eat outside there, and it looked like, based on my memory, there were more than 33 seats, to my recollection, outside.
Yeah,
So
right now, I mean, during COVID, our policies have definitely been different, and we're not enforcing, at this time, have not been enforcing rules about how many seats are outside versus inside. Obviously with social distancing and airflow and things like that, at this particular moment, that is not something that we're enforcing. My anecdotal evidence from going there is that the inside has been fairly empty and the outside has definitely had more seats.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, if I could just briefly, I don't need to speak just yet, so when you finish commissioner comments, I'd just like to do a procedural thing later.
Sure. Thank you.
Larry Barnett. Commissioner Barnett would like to speak.
Yes, Larry, go ahead.
Commissioner Barbos.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Barbos.
You're muted, Steve. You're muted. There you
A
go.
question for Christina. Was the shortfall that we discussed in June also 10, or was there a slightly different calculation resulting in a different shortfall?
It was the same. The numbers haven't changed. Previously, we were relying on the concept of the bank that was approved through conditions of approval in 2018 and trying to respond to the desire of the Planning Commission to extinguish the concept of the bank and to be more in line with our current code, which we would handle this situation through a parking exception. And then also, if you remember, the waiver for the residential component was not formally requested. It had been included in all of the previous use permits, but it was not specifically requested in June.
Okay, and is there any documentation of the original waiver of this, the housing requirement, as mentioned in the staff report? And the reason I'm asking about that, it doesn't seem that we had that same requirement back when this project was initially created. So I'm very puzzled by the fact there was a waiver of a requirement that I don't believe even existed at that time. But so I'm wondering, do we have anything in documenting that?
We do definitely for 2018, and the applicant might be able to speak to it more concretely, but in the prior several use permits, there was mention of it. Going back to 1999, I can't comment on what the code was in 1999 and if that was a requirement or not.
Anything else, Steve?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Did I see a hand? Okay. All right, seeing no more requests to speak, I'd like to give the applicant an opportunity to come up and speak on the project.
Mr. Chair, if I can just make a
yes,
comment,
I'm
sorry.
Yes.
Pointing to your staff packet, Christina has prepared 2 resolutions such that tonight you could adopt the first motion if you wanted to, a motion to adopt the first resolution that talks about the CEQA, the adoption of the mitigated negative deck. That would be one motion. You would need to take action on that first, and then you would need a secondary motion, the second motion to, should you be inclined to approve the project, that would be a second motion to do that. Okay, so we do need to take action on the CEQA first, and then actually on the project for the second resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Good evening. I'm Michael Ross, architect for MacArthur Place Hotel and Spa. And Chairman Wellender, with your permission, I'd like to make a brief PowerPoint presentation that expands a little bit on what Christina did. Christina,
Please.
thank you for it. If we can get it up on the screen. I'm plugged in.
And I have you on the podium.
Okay. I'm into the HDMI connection.
I think there's just a delay. It's coming.
Okay.
Oh, that's mine.
That's you.
I don't see it coming up. Would you like to give me your thumb drive and Christina can forward it through you through it for you?
There's 2 presentations on this one.
Okay, I'll find the right way.
Choose one.
We've done a good job of mixing things up so far.
So, okay. Well, I want to second the sentiment of it's so great to be here and see you. It's been 17 months since we've been able to have a public meeting like this and in person, and it's refreshing. So, thank you. So, do I have the ability to change slides?
Just look at me, I think.
And it's Christina's the ability.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just say next.
Next.
Or you can just throw things at me too.
Okay, tonight we have 3 requests for your consideration, and these are really an outgrowth of the prior meeting that we attended on this. And also I want to acknowledge the comments that David Ikar provided. His feedback are directly related to the requested approvals tonight to standardize this approval request for this use permit with the language of the development code. Tonight we're asking for approval of the addition of 11 new guest rooms and 5 new buildings, a continued waiver of the housing component, and a 7% parking exception in lieu of the use permits approved 12 banked spaces that we discussed before. And I believe the Planning Commission has the capacity to make an exception up to 30% of the total amount of parking. We're asking for your approval in an exception of 7% or around 10 spaces. Next slide, please. Christina did a great presentation on this. For people who haven't seen it before, it's the addition of 11 new infill guest rooms, 5 new ensemble buildings totaling approximately 6,000 square feet. What's interesting, the footprints of these buildings only occupy 1.62% of the total site area. We're really talking about a small project. It's really a micro project, an infill project on a 5-acre site. And there's going to be phased construction of 2 of these buildings. The X and U will go first. The concept is clustered farm buildings in a garden landscape. And there will be 2 fourplex buildings and 3 new cottages. And the site plan looks like this. Next slide. The 5 highlighted buildings, U, W, V, X, and Y, are inserted into some of the last remaining spaces available for build out on this 5-acre site. And you can see that that they fit nicely in there. They're surrounded by trees and landscape, and the Design Review Commission was very enthused about the landscape design that goes along with this project. Next slide. Importantly, for our request for the waiver of the housing component is that this project represents a continuity of land use. It's been 24 years of continual hotel use at this site. It's really a very small infill addition to a long-established hotel. It's consistent with the intent of the UGB. This is, you develop where the utilities are, where the infrastructure is, and the infrastructure on this site is hotel infrastructure. It has everything necessary to plug and play new rooms, and that's what this project is about. And there is a precedent. This happened before in Sonoma in 2013, and that's the 8 new infill guest rooms at the Inn at Sonoma on Broadway, which was also sort of a surgical insertion of rooms, and that's what's happening here. Next slide. And this is what you get when you insert them. You see this pattern of development, which is a figure ground pattern. All of the yellows are solids, all of the greens are voids, and the figure ground of MacArthur Place is all laced together by pedestrian pathways and gardens and outdoor social spaces. And this is the pattern that we want to continue with these 5 small buildings. Next slide. We've seen the architecture before. It's going to be exact or similar to what's there now. Next slide. This is very important for this project. We're requesting the waiver of the housing component. It's a long-established existing use. We believe it's incompatible. This 1.6% of land area developed as housing is incompatible with residential development. It would be basically the retroactive change to this use, land use, by inserting housing into it. We believe the available parcels are too small for effective housing development, and the mixed use designation allows for your ability to make an exception. And the housing component could have been or was addressed in 1997, 1999, 2018, and 2020 when projects like this came before the Planning Commission, and there was never a request to include housing in it. And so we're asking you to join those 4 other planning commissions in granting this waiver for the housing component. And so right now I'd like to introduce Mr. Joe Walsh, Vice President of Development for Latitude 33. He's going to discuss the neighborhood outreach process and the parking management plan and wrap up this presentation. I'm available to respond to any questions should you have them, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Good evening. Nice to see everyone also. I will go through the presentation, and Christine, I think we have one slide that's off, and then I'll answer some of the questions that came up earlier. Since our last meeting, I think we've made some great progress with our neighbors. Prior to the last meeting, when the public comments were received, we reached out to the residents that are primarily within 1 block of the hotel on South Austin. We actually had a very productive meeting prior and came up with some good action plans. Since the last meeting, we were able to bring back W-Trans, our parking management consultant. We incorporated the ideas from the neighbors as well as the actions that you had requested specifically around employee parking and construction parking into the plan that's in your packet. And then since then, we've also had some very productive one-on-one meetings whenever there has been an issue with parking. And then Kevin, the hotel manager, myself, Michael, and we even brought our company CEO, and we hosted an open house. We didn't just bring the neighbors that were within 1 block. We went all the way up Austin for a few blocks and met some neighbors we hadn't met before. The open house was very productive. We reviewed and I distributed the construction management plan to each of the neighbors. We also came up with some additional action plans that I would like to discuss here. A couple of the other things we've done in the neighborhood outreach, the intersection of, for those that aren't perfectly familiar, Austin Street sort of acts like the front drive of MacArthur Place Hotel because it's directly across the street. So that's where the biggest concerns have come regarding types of traffic that leave the hotel. We've done some other good neighbor improvements. One of the commission's requests from last year was that we improved the screening of the hotel from Broadway. So we've actually invested in a couple capital projects. The hotel's on well water, so we basically extended the well water irrigation system to the full Broadway frontage, as well as all the trees, so we'll see some good comeback there. We planted a couple camphor trees to kind of fill in the areas that makes the hotel a little visible. And then we sort of took it the next step, and we took the tree lawn that's between the sidewalk and Broadway and did a nice upgrade with a water resistant grass. And then the, Austin Street, there were some good comments about how to improve the visibility for pedestrians and cars, so we've sort of agreed with the neighbors that we would take care of that. Next slide, Christine. Just to review the parking, the hotel had been operating with 99 parking spaces since inception. Since 2018, we've increased that 33%. It was somewhat restriping, but we did a lot of repaving also and creative pockets to add. We also did nice upgrades per the fire marshal's request to have a 30-foot turning radius. So the fire marshal has signed off on all the different improvements that were approved a few months ago. We currently have 40 spaces stripes for employee parking. The statistic of 50% of the employees driving, I think, is a fairly accurate code requirement. But at shift change, you'll see more. So we took the idea that came from one of the commissioners about a year ago, and we striped those spaces that say staff only, and that seems to be helping a lot. At the action, at the meeting with the Austin neighbors, there was a suggestion to establish a couple drop-by spaces at the front, so someone coming to the porch to get a cup of coffee could park and leave, so we've instituted that. And then the biggest one that has been asked for, that it's taken a while to do, and I apologize that it's been difficult to get the hotel operations team fully on board, is the sticker program. So since the last meeting, we ordered number stickers. It's a bright red sticker that says MacArthur Place Hotel. We've implemented the policy where they go on all employees' cars. We've started a feedback loop, and I'll go through that in the next slide where we're inspecting that. And then it makes it very easy for us or our neighbor to identify an employee car on the street, and it has the employee's ID number on it. And the last piece that is in everybody's mind that had happened during our lengthy renovation is that we did rent the 870 Broadway lot during the last renovation. We didn't necessarily rent it for construction parking. So we've, in our parking management plan, as you can see on the exhibit, the left side shows the parking lots that are used for valet as well as for our employee parking. The employees park in the far west lot, and valet uses both of the lots on the left. On the right shows the 870 Broadway lot. So what we've done there is we've committed and put into our construction management or our parking management plan that we would rent that lot for the upcoming project that would include the projects that we're talking about. And then in the contract with contractors, we would restrict them from parking in any of our existing parking lots, save possibly 2 spots on the street that could be used for deliveries. And then the feedback loop, I think we've implemented the parking plan. If you could go back one,
Sorry.
Christina, sorry. The important thing is how we monitor it. So we can issue the employee stickers, we can ensure that they put them on the cars, we can tell the construction workers, we need you to park in a parking lot. But we set up a pretty simple system that W-Trans recommended. Within 1 block of the hotel, twice a day, our valet staff goes and checks. On this day, which was July 30th, 2 employee cars were on the street. We had their numbers. That's then, if it's immediately known who the employee is, they say, new procedures, of course, you have to park in the parking lot, or it's a new employee that didn't know that. And it's a good feedback loop. So in this case, there were 2 employees. We've seen it drop, but we're going through the process to ensure that we're following our procedures. And then you can also see if there's commercial vehicles. One of the concerns of the Austin neighbors were that some of the commercial vehicles that come to the hotel were exiting on that street. So we've worked with any type of larger deliveries to make sure they exit on Austin. Also, some commercial vehicles were using Austin Street to idle, to basically wait for a ride share pickup. So Kevin's worked very diligently to ensure that we've communicated to everybody that we can control for that. Now, next slide. And here's our ask. There are things in our control and there's things not in our control. We can control our employees and we can control the construction workers. We can influence our commercial vendors or anyone driving, but the group, when we met with the Austin neighbors, we had a lengthy open house discussion, and the request is that if we could have the south 1 block of Austin Street with a residential only parking signage, MacArthur Place Hotel would be willing to pay for this cost. We think that would help because that street is used by Layla guests that are coming in that don't want to valet park, and that's the closest area, so that's the most impacted, when generally there's also parking spaces on MacArthur Street. The second one is there's an existing sign at all these bridges that say no commercial vehicles or vehicles over a certain weight. We think it would be good to have a sign at the entry to either replace that sign or an additional sign saying no commercial vehicles on that street. Because again, we all agree that the Austin Street neighbors, sort of where the mixed-use community goes into the residential, bear the brunt of additional traffic. And then the last slide. And here's an example of what we've done. So on the left, you can see the red sticker. It does not meet our branding standards, I was informed, but I don't care because it's red and you can see it, and it has a number on it. So it's been quite effective, so we appreciate that suggestion, and it seems to be working. The second slide, photo, you can see where we did the staff parking. As I had said, it's up to about 40 spaces. The third photo is the porch temporary parking. That came out of the Austin neighbors. And then the fourth one, those trees are 36-inch box trees. They'll grow, but that'll screen the hotel quite nicely, giving them a season of growing. And then the last slide, if you haven't seen the improvements on Broadway that are yeah, I said last slide, but I meant the last photo. Our landscape architect came with, it's really going to look nice once those grasses grow up, and then we're spending more time to make sure that the Broadway corridor looks fabulous. Now the last slide. And if I could just address a couple questions. Commissioner Barnett had asked about the seating, and you are correct. The way the use permit was written, we're allowed to have 165 seats for Layla. The coffee shop has no internal seats, 165. So that's our limit for the Layla bar and restaurant and coffee shop. And we did ask for that for the indoor-outdoor. I don't think we have the capacity to serve more than 165 people at a time. But currently, if you count the outdoor seats, I think there's about 70 of them. So we did that intentionally. But we acknowledge that we're capped at the 165 seats for really what Essence used to be Saddles, which is now our food and beverage operation. And then the last comment on the spa. So when we saw the spa at 8,200 feet, I just have to clarify that versus the existing spa. The existing spa has 7 treatment rooms. Our proposed project, it's been approved previously, has 7 treatment rooms. The existing spa has an exercise room. Our proposed project has an exercise room that's 4 times larger. The existing spa has all the other guest amenities that are very similar to the new spa, but the new spa is larger in what we think is to the appropriate size. And the new spa actually has about 1,500 square feet of back-of-house space, and it replaces the current laundry that was sort of removed in the 2018 renovation. And I think that's all all the points. If there's anything I can answer, Michael?
Any questions for the applicant? Yes, Jim?
We have a very fine project. It's reflected in the fact that a great many people here in town are down there in the restaurant and bar and so forth. And I've been down there a number of times myself.
Thank you.
And I think the addition you're putting in is certainly a compliment to what you're doing. I just have a couple of questions that bear on parking. My wife and I were in there Wednesday night around 5:30 or so. There were about 18 cars out on the street, and I saw a number of people were walking into the entrance to your hotel. It seems like it would facilitate those kinds of people who are coming in for maybe a drink in the bar. They're going to be leaving quickly. They don't want to valet park. Other people don't like people driving their cars, or they have some resistance to valet parking. It appears to me you have no kind of free open space in that courtyard area that would be perhaps limited to a couple of hours. Is that something, what do you think of the concept, and do you think you could do something about that?
That's a good observation, and I think you're accurate. The good news is those on Wednesday night, those weren't the employees. Those are probably, I've been at the hotel all week and actively looking to learn and make sure the hotel is getting the feedback on the parking management. It's very frequently customers that come into Layla. So if the comment is, could we have a couple short-term spots in the valet, we certainly could consider that. The challenge with the lots, once you get out of the valet circle, is they're also designed with stackable spaces. So they sort of need to be in the valet parker's control. And if we actually went back to that slide that shows our counting, there's a lot of parking spaces currently on MacArthur that sort of works for that. But we'd be open to having some drop-by spaces. And we acknowledge that some people don't want to use valet, but we are required to offer valet for free for all the food and beverage customers.
No, I appreciate the fact that anybody can park at MacArthur. That seemed like a slow night at 5:30, and there wasn't a whole lot of room left. It seemed like that. The real issue is with the neighbors overflowing into Austin and other neighboring streets, adjacent streets.
In some cases, I have to say that with the valet parking, before COVID, we would take the car and never let a customer park their car. With COVID, there are some hotel guests that request to park their own car. So some of the cars that are on Austin could be a hotel guest staying for a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
We think we'll cycle through that once we get all the way through the pandemic. But when a customer doesn't want to give up their car that's spending the night, we're of course flexible and let them self-park.
Okay, so just backing up, you don't see any opportunity to put more than a couple of open spaces there in the front? Is that what's going on?
I think that the challenge with that, sir, would be I'm not the valet parker, but I'd be happy to review it with Kevin and the hotel team. I've seen them when they get busy, how they stack the cars at the front. So perhaps I could take that as an item to get back and get some input from the operators.
Right now there are none, is that correct? It's all valet out there?
There's 2 temporary parking spaces, and there's approximately 13 spaces in the front drive.
I mean, if it were available, I could just drive in and park there for an hour or two?
If you pulled in there, the valet parker would say, oh, it's complimentary valet, and then they would take the car. And if you said you didn't want to park valet park, I'm sure they would work to accommodate you.
One other question. Perhaps it was an error in the staff report. Did you actually, regarding the tent, did you request a permanent year-round permit for the tent?
The request for the tent is that we have the ability to put up the Layla tent seasonally. We did request that, and I think it was the commission's request that not be part of the permit. We were just following what staff had asked us to do. Our intention is to be able to have the tent It goes up seasonally, specifically probably November, and then it goes down probably in May. The operations team had just asked for flexibility should there be weather or other events to temporarily put the tent up. It's a beautiful area. As you've seen, there's no intention on having a tent up unless the weather doesn't allow for it.
So has that been extracted and it's going to be improved in another fashion away from this project?
Yeah, I can comment on that. So the concept behind including the tent came from staff's recommendation. So typically what we've done when we approve a tent, we approve a temporary use permit, and the tents do not go through design review or planning commission. And after the Hot Monk tent a few years ago, the planning commission had expressed interest in having a more formalized program. And Director Storer identified some issues with using temporary use permits as the mechanism for approving these seasonal tents. So the staff's recommendation was to incorporate it into this environmental analysis and use permit, which went through design review, and now 2 rounds of planning commission. It seemed like a much more robust way to review the tents and consider the aesthetics, and will help businesses and staff out. You know, Wendy and I spend a good amount of time looking at all these tent permits annually, and it allows the businesses to invest in a tent that is approved, and then they can put up and down every year rather than renting a different one. But the concern of the commission in June was that there was a desire, if I'm remembering correctly, to have a more comprehensive discussion about the tents as a policy decision.
So the text in the report is accurately reflects what you just said, the conformance with the discussion and so forth.
That is a good question. There might still be some notes
Well,
about
it's
the
not as
tent in
complete,
there.
obviously, you just described, but it's, you know, it suggests year-round use.
Yeah, I think I might not have been super clear that the intent was for the tent to be part of the annual programming, but it would be a seasonal element.
Okay.
It wouldn't be at 12 months a year.
Okay.
Right, and if I may say, when we say a tent, it's a $120,000 lovely clear tent that actually made the Forbes website, so it's actually very attractive. We only had one public comment about it, but when they saw the pictures of it, they sort of said, okay, great, we understand. We've gotten very good feedback, but there is no intention to leave it up year-round. We just want verbiage that allows the operator to put it up in the winter, and then if they had to have it up for a couple days or something like that for a special event, but in no way do we want to have a tent up during the nice months.
And the table ratio and so forth all remains the same, whether tent's up or tent down, is that accurate?
Yes, sir. We're
Okay.
capped at 165
Okay.
restaurant and bar seats.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
When I was down there on Wednesday, my wife and I took a walk around. I noticed in the west parking lot there are 3 shipping containers, and I think they've been in there for a couple of years, if I'm not mistaken, because they were there 2 meetings ago, I think. And it appears that they absorb 5 parking spaces. Looks like 2. It must be for valet because there are two in the front and 3 in the back. Does that mean that you have actually 5 more spaces, but you're not using them, and they're sort of bonus spaces?
So by my count, it's 7, and it's our mission to get rid of the containers, and we will with our current projects. So the part of the spa project replaces the back of the house that was eliminated in 2018, and that's the space that the housekeepers use to put their carts in for storage supplies. So with our spa project, in that 8,200 square feet is approximately 1,000 square foot of storage in back of the house. That once we have the spa project, those containers all go away, and we pick up, I counted 7, so spaces there. And we certainly want to get rid of those, but the hotel currently needs them for operations, but with the spa project, those will be eliminated.
So you're not running so tight that those 5 spaces are putting any pressure on you. You can do that at your leisure. Is that the idea?
It'd be nice to have them, especially during the peak times. But certainly once they're gone, we have additional spaces.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before I recognize Larry, I need clarity. The tent is not part of the consideration this evening at all, correct?
So my understanding from the June Planning Commission was that the commission would like it to not be part of the entitlements. The applicant willingly withdrew it. If the commission is interested in discussing and entertaining that this evening, it is part of the CEQA document, and part of the resolution, but the applicant has willingly offered to omit it from the project.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration, but we'll move forward as it's currently structured. Yes, Larry?
I've got a few questions, and I think the applicant or Mr. Walsh may be best positioned to answer them. One is I heard him mention that the property is served by a well. My question is that well providing all of the water for the project, including the potable water that is available for human consumption, or is that well just providing water for landscape and irrigation? That's my first question.
Am I live? Good evening, sir. The well, I should have clarified, the well is on the parcel that's adjacent to MacArthur that was originally
Right.
part. It's a well water solely for irrigation, so it's used to irrigate, but the city water is used for the potable water.
Okay, and just for further clarification, are you part of the voluntary well monitoring program that's been instituted in the valley to determine the amount of water that you're drawing out of the well, as well as the water depth and the water table conditions?
No, but we'd be more than happy to learn about that. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, I would strongly recommend, in fact, I would expect that you get in touch with the Sonoma Valley Groundwater Agency, or it's actually a groundwater commission. They can direct you to the proper resources to join the well monitoring program. Unless we get a handle on private well extractions from the water table, it's going to be virtually impossible to develop standards or any kind of water withdrawal compliance standards in order to deal with it. I see a note here that the person to contact is Ann Dubé. So please do that. I think it's imperative. My second question has to do with what happens when the hotel is all maxed out. We know you've got space for 131 spaces. You're looking for a waiver or an exception for the extra 10. What happens when you get maxed out and you don't have those 10 spaces? In other words, we're going to say, okay, you don't have 10 spaces you potentially need. What happens when you need them? Where are those? What are you going to do?
I would imagine we're like every other business, that there's ebbs and flows. If there were more than 131 cars required parking, I think there's 50 spaces just on MacArthur Street right in front of the hotel. But planning is the key, so ensuring that we have good active plans. The good thing about MacArthur, it's a transient hotel, and we're focused on luxury travelers, so we don't have the big ebbs and flows where you have a meeting of 150 people that aren't staying at the hotel. Our meetings are generally hotel guests, and that's our target for marketing and for positioning. So I think we're in a good position from that. But like with what was brought up last time, on Friday nights with football games, we need to work with the community and the school to be prepared, because we're going to have people coming into the neighborhood, parking on the street, possibly going to the game, also might be coming to Layla, so we have an action plan in place for times like that.
Well, I guess that's really my question, which is, what kind of contingency plan will work when you exceed your parking capacity, and if it coincides with an event at the high school like football, and the attendees are parked on the street. In other words, someone shows up who's a hotel guest and you have no more parking spaces. You can't say, sorry, we can't let you in. I mean, you've got to have a contingency plan. And so my question is, what's the contingency plan other than working with the neighborhood, quote unquote, I mean, there's got to be, you've got to be able to tell your valet parking or your guest attendant staff what to do when you're maxed out, and that's my question.
Sure.
I'm wondering what your maxed out plan is.
So currently, that does happen, and basically, when someone calls for a reservation for Layla, specifically lately, on Friday or Saturday, we say the restaurant's fully committed. And if someone pulls up for valet going to Layla when Layla's already fully committed, we explain that to them when they come, so they would go to another restaurant. And the valet team, I think by practice, ensures there's enough parking spaces for the hotel customers that are spending the night. And usually this occurs, you know, like most restaurant hotels, between 6 and 8 on the weekends. So I think the answer is there's no more parking for additional Layla customers in that type of a scenario.
So do your valet attendants use a kind of tandem parking approach when they get past the saturation point?
The tandem parking is part of our parking management plan. We have approximately 33 parallel compact spaces that stack. And to be frank, it hasn't been used very much, but now that we've seen with the post-COVID world and rushes to the restaurant, we have a valet parker in our west lot, and they can use those 33 valet stack spaces. I know when we have the valet stack spaces in use, we're not turning cars away, and that's the solution. So it's a very well-designed parking lot, but it does require the use of the stacked spaces.
And so are those stacked space approach part of your 131 number?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we hope that we're a little bit past COVID. I can't say that with as much confidence as you, unfortunately. In this staff report, there was what I refer to as a parking management plan, but it was just a bullet-pointed list. Is that actually what the parking management plan is, or is it outlined in more detail? And if so, is it possible to see a copy of that at some point?
Yeah, I can pull it up. The parking management plan was part of the staff report, or not part of the staff report. It was an attachment to the staff report.
Was that the bullet-pointed, list of 7 or 8
I think it's like
points?
20. It's like 20 pages or something.
Oh, okay. And that's in the staff report that we were made available to us?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Now, my last question has to be, and Mr. Walsh, I think you're the right guy for this question too, has to do with the housing waiver. We'll have more discussion about the housing waiver, but I want to plant a seed in your mind before the rest of the commission and myself speak to it. As we know, your hotel construction going forward will be subject to a housing impact fee of $15 per square foot. I'm assuming that that housing impact fee will apply to not just the new guest rooms, but also to the expanded spa of 8,200, which would make the difference between 6,000 feet roughly being applied to that $15 per square foot housing impact fee. It would increase it to more than 14,000. It's a substantial difference. Is it your understanding that, and do you acknowledge the fact that there will be a housing impact fee assessed on the construction, including the spa and the new units?
I'm unaware of any fee for the addition of hotel rooms or the renovation and expansion of our spa.
Yeah, I can comment on that. So that is the commercial in lieu fee that was approved a couple of years ago. So that's been codified and adopted by City Council as part of the building permit process.
Okay, so, and Christina, that would apply to all of the new construction, the guest rooms and the spa included?
I do not know the specifics off the top of my head. I'm not sure exactly what is included in that, but I'm happy to look it up and report back.
Okay, thank you.
I did have one other comment, sir. I'm sorry, Michael reminded me that if you see the detailed parking management study, W-Trans, which is a certified California traffic engineer, they did a study of the hotel at full build out, and they did a comparison, a lengthy comparison to code. And their calculation is that at full build out with the additional 11 rooms and the spa, our parking requirement is 126. So we currently have 131. Code called for 141. We're asking for a variance. The parking management study in detail says it's 126.
And if I could chime in, so the difference between the parking management plan that's in the agenda packet tonight compared to what was in the agenda packet in June is a different lens. In June, it was more directed towards the hotel staff and some recommendations for them to consider. The parking management plan that is before the commission this evening is a much more comprehensive look at the property as a whole and how does it operate. It's looking at all the various uses on the property. They went out and did site visits and traffic counts and analyzed the different shifts. They made recommendations for staggering the different shifts so that, you know, all 30 employees are not coming and going at the same time. And just to kind of tear on to what Commissioner Barnett was mentioning, just for hotel staffs, I know you're all aware of the stadium that's gone in at the high school. I think there's a lot of community concern about events happening at the same time. I have read the, I have put my nerd hat on, but yes, I have read the EIR for the stadium, and it's anticipated to only be used for large events 4 times a year. So I would highly recommend that you get your staff coordinate with the school district early and take a look at the schedule. If I was a event planner, I would perhaps maybe not schedule a large event on the nights when there's homecoming and things like that.
Thank you. And then my last comment on parking is, you basically said, roll your sleeves up and do a better job. I think we've done that. We engaged W-Trans a second time. Spoke in depth with Christine about the parking management plan and how it could be more thorough. We came up with specific scenarios for the employees, specific scenarios for valet operations, and then the same for when we have construction, and we engaged the neighbors and added those items. And I think if we could get the action on the signage on Austin, it'll alleviate some of the issues that are out of the hotel's control. Thank you very much.
Can I ask one more question?
Don't step down, Mr. Walsh.
Wait a second.
I'm sorry, I hadn't.
Jim's got another question.
In regards to the parking requirement calculation.
I hadn't finished, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was paying attention. Go.
Go ahead and complete, Larry.
Okay. I just also want to bring to Mr. Walsh's attention that in addition to the what I'm referring to as the housing impact fees, which were the $15 per square foot set after the council reviewed the Nexus study on commercial development and its impact on housing requirements, the city also has established something called the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is entirely separate and distinct, except to the extent that monies generated by the housing impact fee do go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. You are requesting an extension of a housing waiver. In part, I've heard you and in the past or tonight even Michael Ross make the comment about previous commissions having extended or agreed to an extension of that waiver over a period of time. I get that, but that was then and this is now. And my concern is that if we don't start making a serious effort to get revenues or housing built for the low-wage workers in this community, it's never going to happen. And at some point, our policy is going to have to match our rhetoric, and we're going to have to start to make decisions based on how housing gets developed in this town for lower-income workers, as opposed to finding ways to waive it. So if, in fact, the commission were to waive the housing component tonight, and I'm seeing no need to continue the precedent in all frankness, given the fact that your hotel is owned by, as I understand it, J.P. Morgan, one of the largest Wall Street firms in Wall Street banks, that a major contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in order to help increase the amount of money it has to contribute to low-income housing projects, to me, would be a quid pro quo at this point in time, in the year 2021, for the city of Sonoma, to grant a housing waiver for increased commercial development, particularly the type that produces low-income jobs. So I'm not looking for an answer from you now. I'm trying to plant a seed in your mind about what would help a waiver get accomplished for you, because to me it's not a fait accompli because it was granted in the past. This is 2021, and housing is an issue in town in the way it's never been before, particularly low-income housing, and I am serious about getting money or that housing developed. So think about that, and the rest of the commission can opine on this topic as we progress. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking so long.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Jim,
I'm good.
you're good?
Yeah.
Questions of the applicant?
I do. Mr. Walsh, just one more question for you. Sorry. just very narrowly. So let me preface it by saying I enjoy visiting MacArthur Place. I think what's been done recently with Layla is wonderful. And I think the modifications recently have been a net positive for that neighborhood and for the community.
Thank you.
My concerns hover around parking. Like I think some of my fellow panel members here would also assert, and the impacts to South Austin Street. Just a very narrow question. I think that the sticker program is a great idea. How is it enforced? It seems like there might be an incentive for somebody who is employed at MacArthur Place not to put a sticker on their car to be marked. Is there something in place that, is there some enforcement that goes along with that?
So the first part is everyone is issued it. It's a policy.
Okay.
And then we're doing checks now. So if someone has the sticker, it's on their car. And then we've been, actually I personally have been involved in it, but the hotel will ensure there's a policy that every new employee has it. My suggestion was, once it's issued, ask for a photograph of the car and a photograph of the sticker. The first couple of weeks, you saw people set the sticker in their car and not put them on the window. So I think Kevin and the team understand the severity of this issue and have been doing a great job with it, as well as responding in person whenever there's a question from an Austin Street neighbor. But we will ensure there's a quality management system so that all employees have the sticker. And I saw some people that set the sticker there. I guess they weren't thrilled to put it on the car, but we will ensure full compliance.
I appreciate your diligence and your neighborhood outreach efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And if I could circle back to the question about the traffic management plan, I just wanted to, if you're looking for it in your packets, I believe it's on page 101 of the packet. I'm looking online at the agenda packet for this specific item. It starts on page 61, and it's approximately 10 pages.
Commissioner Barbos would like to make a comment.
Please. Steve, go right ahead while we...
Sorry, I have a couple more questions for Mr. Walsh. And I have to confess, I haven't found this expanded W-Trans report that's been mentioned twice, so I don't, if I'm asking about something that's in there, forgive me, I didn't find this thing myself, but anyway, the first question is, it sort of tags on to what's the plan B if it turns out you get what you're asking for and there isn't enough parking. And I appreciate that perhaps W-Trans has opined that even built out, you don't need as many spaces as the city standards require, but I have to say that after 41 years as a lawyer, it's not too surprising to me that expert witnesses give you the opinion you're looking for. So we need to take a hard look at this. And I just feel like if you're forcing employees that don't want to park in the lot back into the lot, that only exacerbates the shortfall if you're not held to the city standards. So one of the questions I had is, has there been any serious attempt to find off-site parking for overflow events or for these times when you don't have enough room on site to which your valet parkers could shuttle cars? I mean, that's not an unheard of type of arrangement. It's expensive and inconvenient, but that seems to me to be a good idea if we're talking about granting any kind of waiver on parking requirements. So number one, has there been any attempt to find any off-site parking to which cars could be shuttled?
Yes, but it's more so for construction parking, which is the 870 Broadway lot. I'm going to say something that might shock everyone. MacArthur Place has the appropriate amount of parking at 131 spaces. The valet parking lot in the west lot has 33 stackable spaces. So as long as we're operating per the parking management plan, we typically don't have the type of events that bring these big spikes of automobiles. We're not a convention hotel. We would if we had the need for, but we believe that the 131 spaces and the management of the parking management plan suffices our demand for parking. I think that the biggest event that causes the problems historically has been residents not wanting employees on the street. We've checked that. And then when we have a construction project, all of the vehicles that come with that. I've spoken, as I said, with the owner of 870 Broadway, and he's been very open to leasing the lot. Should we have a pattern of excess demand, certainly we would look at something as an off-site spot, but we believe at 131 spaces, properly managed, we have the appropriate parking count, and the parking consultant agreed. And our variance request is much less than many have been granted for other similar properties.
Okay. My second question is, are the parking spaces that are currently being used for storage containers included within the 131, or are they in addition to that?
They're included, sir.
So at this moment, you have, well, whatever it is 7 less than 131.
Yes.
You have 124. Right?
Yes, sir, and we'll get those back in once we complete the spa project. Or actually, we would once we have the spa project under construction, we then would be renting the lot across the street, which would give us more parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. That's all
You're
I
welcome.
have.
Okay, Jim, you said.
Regarding the traffic study, the management plan rather, I can't recall, is there anything in here that this would be submitted to the Planning Commission for review annually? We discussed that, but I didn't know whether it was included in this.
Yes, sir. We were asked to twice a year report to David and Christina on parking. So I've done it as a letter. If the commission, obviously this is an important topic for us for the growth of the hotel, but if the Planning Commission would like us to do more annual reporting, we certainly would be open to that. We've enjoyed working with W-Trans. They've had some good, quick solutions. So if you'd like to make a condition that we do a more thorough annual report, we would be more than happy to entertain that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
I do have a quick question back to staff before we open it up to public, real quick. On the draft conditions of approval that had focused on the parking management plan, and the reference or the recommendation was to have a annual review. My question is, what would we anticipate would be the options coming out of that review? If the review said everything is peachy, we would applaud them and say thank you. But if there were some conflicts that have been identified, what options or resources or actions can we as a city take with the applicant or MacArthur Place to make some adjustments?
I think that the traffic management plan has some really good concrete suggestions, and I do have a good amount of confidence that what they're outlining as far as implementation using the valet staff to check and do the reports, it sounds like it's going to work. I would also support having some kind of annual review for the first couple of years to make sure that the program is working. I agree, W-Trans is a wonderful traffic firm. We could have them come out and pick a couple peak weekends and take a peek. I think the most important component is the ongoing open dialogue that applicant has with the community. And solutions always tend to be best when they are entered into willingly between the neighbors and the applicant. And I really want to applaud the hotel for the openness that they have had. Do you want to speak?
Mr. Chair, I'll finish up what Christine was just about
Sure.
to say, and that is the hook that the commission has is the use permit. And so should there be a situation where conditions are not as they should be as provided in these reports, I don't want to say the word revocation, but you actually do have the ability to revoke a use permit. That usually gets people's attention. In my career, I've done it once. So to get through that process, typically you'll get applicants that are willing to provide some kind of mitigation and address the situation before it escalates to that point. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity. Michael?
Thank you. This is just an observation of parking on the east side. The east side actually has this sort of tide pool-like parking. It's episodic. Special events, there's people parking in front of my house from the plaza for things that happen all the time. And I know Larry and Matt will experience it. It'll sort of fill up. All of a sudden, there's people you don't know parking in front of your house, and after 6 hours, they're gone. And I was just talking with Kevin about what happens when this parking event happens at MacArthur Place. It's actually very hypothetical. It's rarely underparked. And so we need to remember that the hotel operated with the exact same number of rooms with 99 spaces for 20 years. And so it now has 131 minus the Connex boxes. But so I intellectually or academically, we can talk about this being something that we have to fear, but in reality, I think that the neighborhood can handle a few spaces filling up in front of it because it happens all the time in my house. And it's just part of being in Sonoma, and it's not a pattern at this hotel. Thank you. Thank you.
If I could elaborate a little bit, my staff's opinion is that the sort of the ongoing issues with the hotel, it doesn't appear to be from the hotel guests. I think it's people like myself and Commissioner Bohar going down for a quick drink, things like that. We don't want to park our valet car. I think those issues, the baseline condition is not changing as part of this current request. The current request is for 11 additional guest rooms. And I agree that it does appear to be ample parking on the lot for the valet system. And the hotel guests, I believe, are the most inclined to use that system.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think I would like to open it up now to the public and give anyone who would like to come forward and speak on this project. Again, I'd like you to speak name and address, and you've got a loose 3-minute limit.
Hi, David Eicher. I'll try to speak up with a mask and all. Otherwise I'll just mumble. Okay, I want to say, first of all, I share Commissioner Barnett's concern over the initial housing waiver and potential for another one coming up. But I don't have any suggestions for you. A couple other things. Let's see, the current monitoring of parking or traffic, you just have to discount it because they're not back to normal. They don't have the events, the number of guests, the number of weddings and so forth going on. If you do approve the project, I sent off in an email a couple suggestions for conditions of approval. One is, in the periodic report on parking, include a count of the number of indoor and outdoor seats at the restaurant, bar, and coffee shop. And second, MacArthur Place must encourage, not discourage, the use of valet parking rather than on-street parking, specifically notifying whomever books an event or meeting that valet parking is free, and it must be included in the contract. Also, the MacArthur Place website right now contains some information. You can go right now to the MacArthurPlace.com and take a look at this. You hover over events on the main page, then you click on weddings and celebrations, and you will see under parking, complimentary valet parking on site is limited. So we encourage event guests to use the Ample Street parking adjacent to the hotel. So, enough for them thinking they have enough parking. Another thing that's on their website, if you look at the event spaces, one of the event spaces is the west lawn, which can accommodate 100 guests. This is not anywhere in the use permits from before, because it's outdoors, they don't need to be an use permit. But if you have 100 guests, you could have, you need parking for those guests. Now, possibly a lot of those could be then go inside and use the conference rooms, so you don't need that. But other than that, what's to prevent an event on the lawn and the 150 people in the conference rooms? So, I just think that we need to really, think about these things. A couple other things, the tandem or stacked parting, you can't fit anymore. I was there, a couple of weeks ago. I had a dinner, and you can see that if they put try to put any more vehicles in there, then that would block the fire department access, and so that they can't squeeze any more in there. The other thing is the old Broadway Truck and Auto Center. Eventually, it will be developed with something. I know we had fits and starts there, and when that's done, you're going to have more people from whatever's built there trying to use the parking on MacArthur Place. So right now you've got parking on MacArthur Place that can be used because that place is empty, but you don't know what's going to happen in the future there. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anyone else?
I too appreciate being together again here.
It's been too long.
See one another.
You need to identify yourself,
I'm sorry.
stranger, please.
Vic Conforti, 755 Broadway.
Thank you, Vic.
And again, it's a nice feeling to get back to a little normalcy here. I wanted to just start out with the same question Larry was asking, just to make sure it's clear that there are impact fees per square foot for all of the new improvements. And then secondly, support Larry's comment about the housing requirement for commercial projects is something that we can't ignore any longer or give waivers for. So in this situation, of course, they've been operating for a long time, so it's a different situation. But we do need to recognize that there is no room for waivers on commercial projects anymore. The project, is well designed, and Mike has done a wonderful job on the architecture and the site planning. But it is going to eliminate a significant amount of open space in the project. Suzanne Brangham designed the original site plan and had a very nice concept with smaller buildings with a number of units in smaller buildings on a campus arrangement with ample open space. And it is possible to add these buildings, but it is going to impact the overall character of the project. But actually, more importantly, is the concept of continuing to give exceptions to a project. Some years ago, there was a agreement with the Planning Commission that only one exception would be given for any project, and to ask for more than that, you were on thin ice, basically. And I see more and more exceptions being granted, multiple exceptions too, which which I think is probably a bigger issue, general issue. The parking situation, I think, is more of a reality check. Thinking about this as a reality check, the parking studies predicted that there would be adequate parking and on these different areas of the hotel. Yet, reality is that the parking was going out onto the street, which would indicate that the valet program and the numbers of spaces and the various things that are included in these parking studies really didn't predict what occurred. And so I think that's probably an important thing to consider. And I guess my 3 minutes are up, though. So.
Thank you, Dick.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before the next person comes up, I just want to make a point of clarification on the in lieu fees.
Yes.
So the city council was looking at two types of fees, for residential and then for non-residential. And I believe it was right before the pandemic, or maybe a month or two into it, I'm not sure, and I can get back if that date's important. But the city council did adopt a resolution implementing non-residential, which included office, multifamily, and the like. Actually, no, not multifamily, I misspoke, but retail, commercial, and also imposed, as Commissioner Barnett said, the dollar per square foot for hotels. And that was all done under the AB 1600 fees that we adopted with Nexus Studies. That is a completely separate issue, I believe, to what Commissioner Barnett is raising, and it says that doesn't need to be a condition of your approval tonight, because it's the law. So when our building official issues a building permit, he'll be collecting those fees irrespective of your action tonight. It's an ordinance. What I believe Commissioner Barnett is saying is, well, wait a minute, we also have this request now from the applicant to waive a residential component should there be a consideration for that action. And Commissioner Barnett could correct me if I've misspoken at that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Robert Demler, First Street West, Sonoma. I'm up here again. I came for Agenda 2, but I haven't been here in over 2 years, so I thought I might take the opportunity for lost time. Observation on parking. Sonoma adjusts to parking. For almost 16 years, I lived a half block off the plaza, and the EDK staff parked in front of my home every day starting at 6 a.m. I now live a block and a half off the plaza in a different direction, and the U.S. Postal staff park in front of my home all day long. Sonoma adjusts. You've granted all these spaces into the parking around the plaza. I don't see how you can beat up on any applicant about 10 spaces. It will adjust. Now, secondly, the housing issue. I'm not sure I understand what the planning director just said, but my feeling is you can't ask one hotel to provide housing and exempt another one. I've never really supported that law, I guess it is, or whatever it is, but I think it needs to be applied equally. Anyway, thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank you. Okay. No one else? No one on the Zoom there? Wendy?
No one on Zoom is raising their hand, and there's no written comments. Thank you.
Okay, then I guess I will close the public portion, and I'll bring it now back to the commission for discussion. Who would like to break the ice, or Sheila?
Thank you for this presentation. I really appreciate it. And I think we all are in agreement that we love MacArthur Place and we utilize it ourselves. And that's a really wonderful thing that this tourist location is also favored by locals. And I appreciate that. That says you created the right environment. And I think we are all in agreement that we really love what's going on. we just worry about the impact that could happen going forward, particularly for the neighbors on South Austin, especially with the addition of that football field, the beautiful football field at the high school, and what's going to roll out from that. 4 events now, what's going to happen in the future, we don't know. And I think that that's what we have to project to, is what is going to happen in the future. And Michael, you mentioned the infill at Sonoma, and that was a good project, but that was actually replacing offices, staff of about 20 people in that office. And so when that got replaced with hotel rooms, it was a net, not a parking issue. The people that used to park there for the office were no longer there. They moved over to 135 West Napa, and then that became a hotel room. So that's not a good one for us to learn from. Interesting about the 10-minute porch parking, and I know that the cafe's not always open, so I assume that those parking spaces at night could be used for other things and be reutilized, repurposed in that regard. I do really want to encourage the suggestion that was brought up, planning for the future about an off-site parking with a shuttle for employees. I think that's going to be really important. It might only be important sometimes in the future, and might end up long-term not being important if we all use our hovercraft or our Uber or whatever, but I think it's something that you got to plan for now rather than when we have a bunch of pissed off neighbors. So I just really encourage you to start making a plan for that, and also some timing about the commitment to remove those containers and free up those 7 parking spaces. It's really great that that option is there, and it's very important for us to have some concrete answers as to when that's actually going to happen. I think the annual parking report with W Transit, I'd love to see that included. And I'd have to say that you guys have been fabulous neighbors. And I'm just not sure, and Christina can guide us on this, how do we codify good neighbors? I mean, how do we make sure that if this property gets sold and we have a new management team in, how do we ensure that those people in South Austin are protected and not just left to the mercy of whoever those new people are that come in? So that's something I'm definitely concerned about, and just want to hear some ideas on how we can do this. I think we all want to see the business continue to thrive and succeed and have it be a place that tourists come to, but we also enjoy and be successful. And man, have you had challenges the last 4 years. So I'm definitely in favor of trying to help make this happen, and I just definitely have some questions as to some of the nuances of how we get there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Anybody offline or on screen that's interested in speaking up? I don't believe either of them are shy, so I welcome their input. Mr. Barnett, would you like to continue with some discussion with your fellow commissioners?
Well, if you're calling on me, if the W-Trans report is to be believed, there doesn't appear to be a need to grant an exception because this professional parking and traffic consultant concluded that MacArthur Place has enough parking. So that's interesting food for thought. I just want to note that I only got 71 pages of a staff report on this project online with my agenda, not the multiple hundred.
See page 61.
I'm sorry?
See page 61.
Okay, but is it, I keep hearing references to 100 and some odd pages of a report.
No, excuse me, so the whole agenda packet is over 100 pages, and so the page numbers are different whether you're looking at that item packet or the agenda packet. So for you, look at page 61.
Okay, but this is this W-Trans report officially part of this package? Or
correct, it's on pages 61 to 71.
Okay, so it may be that the request for a parking exception is moot at this point, and wouldn't have an impact on the operations or capacity of the hotel if W-Trans is correct. Now, I understand what that means is that the parking doesn't meet the letter of the law, so to speak, of the specifications that our calculations on parking would mean. And maybe you could clarify this for me, Christina. If an exception is needed because the city standards are not being met despite the calculation of W-Trans, in other words, because our calculations come up with the need of 141, does that create the need technically to grant an exception?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. So our code provides a table of various land uses and has different parking standards based on what the actual use is. So the hotel has a different standard than the restaurant, has a different standard than the spa. So when you're looking at a comprehensive property or campus like the hotel, it gets a little bit confusing. If you just have one coffee shop, you know, we're looking at the number of seats. So in this case, we have a whole facility that is operating in a little bit more complex manner. So the commission has several ways we can handle the parking shortfall. One is to go back to the 2018 bank of 12 spaces. So based on the 2018 bank, there is no shortfall of parking. And so that 2018 review looked at the valet program and all the various nuances with the uses. The feedback from the commission in June was that the preference was to not go that route. So if we're looking strictly at the code, what we're doing is taking these land uses that have been given numerical numbers that are intended to be applied to land uses across the city and have an adequate number of parking. When you have all these various uses on the same campus being used by the same people, what is actually needed can be different than what our code dictates. And one of the ways that we can address this is through a parking exception. And why can't I click this now? There is also additional flexibility in our code. Well, I'm just trying to scroll down. Because there's another provision that gives the Planning Commission the authority to grant a different standard. And Michael probably knows off the top of his head what the code section is. Sorry, my screen went blank. But there's a provision for multiple land uses and that you can rely on a qualified third party. And so the traffic study that we have from W-Trans, what they did is they didn't look at our parking table that has been developed by a traffic engineer in a room. What they did is they looked at this specific property and they analyzed the functions and how are the employees coming and what are the hours of operation of the restaurant and the bar and how large are the events. And so they analyzed the really project specific components and came up with a total of 126 spaces. So there is a provision in our code, and if my screen would come up, I can show it to you, but it is just coming up blank.
That's okay.
Well, what would you recommend as the better approach, which would be to, if I'm inferring correctly from your remarks, that we could adopt essentially the W-Trans numbers as the acceptable numbers, which means they have more than sufficient parking at present? Or should we stick with the city's standard and grant an exception in order to have the project conform with our own city standard? What's the approach that you would recommend?
I think that based on the very complicated record that we have, personally, what my recommendation as staff is we have a condition of approval from 2018 about this bank. We do not have anything on record about extinguishing it. I think the cleanest thing to do to get rid of that would be to approve the project and then have a condition of approval eliminating the bank. And that way, and staff comes and goes, the commission comes and goes, and that way in 10 years, it's very clear that there is not that bank any longer. I'm a little bit concerned if we just approve a parking exception that our record is going to be a little bit murky with regards to parking in this property.
But I thought that's the direction that we were going. We were going to get rid of the bank, and so if I'm understanding Larry correctly, we have two choices. We either accept the 124 or 6 that W. Trans says, or we speak to the exception of going from what our rigid calcs are of 141 down to 131.
Yeah.
And if it's, to me, the simple math is if we've been begging for more parking spaces, I would say we stick to the 131. But
And do the parking exception.
and make a parking exception.
And then a condition of approval extinguishing the bank.
Yes, I think that would be prudent, and if W Trans is great, then they'll be swimming in 5 or 6 or 7 extra parking spaces. But it just seems like that would be, at least my perspective at this point, but please continue, Larry.
Well, I mean, I think you've basically summed up the direction I was going, which is that they seem to have adequate parking at 131. Granting the exception that they're looking for won't change those facts, that they only have 131, but they only apparently need 126. So the exception, essentially cleans us up from quote unquote a legal standpoint with the elimination of the banked spaces, but has no real world effect on the parking capacity of the hotel and its operation. So I think I'm clear about that. Ron, do we want to proceed in terms of looking for commission agreement on some of these individual pieces and then forming a motion, or do we want to go through all the individual pieces? Because the other individual piece hanging out there is the waiver, and do we want to deal with those separately in terms of commission comment?
I think what I'd like to suggest is get each one of our commissioners be able to speak in general. And then I think the idea to be focused would be prudent to take the major topics, the parking, the waiver. There may not be a lot of discussion for the acceptance of the design review application. So I'd like to make sure that we hear from everybody in a general sense, and then we can try to wean it down to some process by which we can make some decisions.
Okay. I've got a question for Christina. If the commission does not renew the housing waiver, what is the net effect of that on the proposal going forward?
I can't comment on the effect of it on the project, but I would be more than happy to bring up the code section and go over where and what the criteria are for granting the waiver.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I've read through those, and to be honest with you, I find the proposed findings for granting waivers to be pretty wishy-washy. So I think the bigger issue is I'm trying to determine in other words, if the commission tonight approved this expansion, did not, and approved the parking exception, and did not approve the housing waiver, what is the net effect of that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in response to the question, ultimately then, if your commission determines that you want to have, to not grant the waiver, you would require the applicant to revise the project to include a residential component. That's
or some other offer, such as constructing 2 housing units off-site on a separate piece of property, or a contribution in kind to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I mean, is all of that possible as a solution to this?
Yeah, Larry, let's let David complete his thought, and then we'll give you a chance.
What Commissioner Barnett said is correct, but you would need the applicant to memorialize that verbally at the hearing here, that they're willing to participate in an arrangement that satisfies the commission with respect to that finding that needs to be made.
So I believe you mentioned earlier that, and is that this council has passed an in lieu fee, but they haven't identified a unit per.
No, the
Not an
fee-
in lieu fee, Ron. It's not an in lieu fee. It's a housing impact fee. It is not a fee paid to substitute for housing.
Okay.
It's a fee paid that construction generates for housing.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And then one last comment. What you could do to do some house cleaning here is you could actually take a motion on the environmental record and then deliberate on the merit of the project. So if you wanted to kind of bisect that.
Well, okay, so I'd like to go back to the more general comments from our other commissioners. Larry, I'll be happy we can come back if you've got more, but I'd like to.
No, that's it.
I'd like to hear from either Steve, Jim, or Matt.
Through the chair, Commissioner Barbos would like to speak.
Please bring him forth.
You're on mute. Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah, I'm unmuted. Well, I may be an outlier on this. Let me start by saying it's a gorgeous project. Absent the parking issue and the housing waiver, this would be a no-brainer for me. Absolutely, grant them the use permit. But in the final analysis, what I come down to is, I mean, I can't really ignore this project started with Suzanne Brangham, a local resident for whom everyone has fond feelings and great respect. But we're now dealing with a corporate owner who's one of the largest banks on Wall Street, who wants to build 11 more rooms, which is going to increase the financial profile of this particular property, and they may well want to flip it and sell it to somebody else. I don't think that's remotely unlikely. So once they get the balance sheet beefed up with the 11 additional room income, so I mean, I think we need to keep that in mind. This isn't a local. Mr. Walsh is a very charming guy, and it's no. He does and Michael Ross, of course, is fabulous, a designer and presenter. But that doesn't change what my concerns are, and I think that on the housing impact fee, I think Larry said it best. If we waived it before, it sounded like it was more of an implicit than an express waiver. Implicit because nobody brought up housing, but that was then, this is now. We're in a crisis here. So I think that I would be inclined to grant a housing waiver if there was some substantial quid pro quo for our housing impact fee or our housing trust fund. And I'm really, on the other part of this, the parking issue, it troubles me. I would like to have in the conditions of approval, if this thing were going to be granted, that if it turns out there isn't enough parking, that then they would actually have to go out and get off-site parking. And, or they risk revocation of their use permit for these 11 additional rooms. Because the way I see it, that whole concept of the bank just drove me nuts. That it's not authorized by the development code, never has been. I don't know how that fiction got started, but if anybody ever thought there was surplus parking on this property that resulted in this so-called bank, it's because we were incorrectly applying the parking requirements at the time, or we were applying requirements that no longer apply. But clearly, if you apply today's requirements, there's a shortage of 10 spaces. So I look at this exceptions and under, I can't find out what page this is on. Oh, it's page 15. The findings that we're supposed to make to grant this exception. And, one of them is it's not going to be injurious to the health or welfare of the property in the vicinity. Well, we keep talking about Austin Street, but I can't imagine this doesn't affect the people who live further down MacArthur or 2nd Street as well. But I have a hard time saying that this project, granting this variance will not be injurious to those people. Especially when you've got the events at the high school that we've talked about. We haven't even seen that yet. They haven't started having those. And Sonoma Truck and Auto one day will be built out. And it's likely that it will have some sort of a component that generates a lot of off-street parking. So I'm just not really in a position to make this, grant this variance for parking unless there is some provision that in the future we can revoke this use permit and force them to buy off-site parking to which the valets will shuttle cars.
Thank you, Steve. Okay.
I'll reserve comment.
I guess this is more of a staff question. We talked about that ULI and other national data collectors as providing a discount on the parking given their views of hotel use in various ways. Refresh my memory, was that actually applied to the net of the parking requirement?
Staff's analysis of the parking is strictly per code. The provision for having using a parking study that really evaluates the specific needs, it's really more intended, it's for different shared uses, but I believe the intent, it's not explicit, but the intent is for like two different businesses that are right near each other to have some kind of a parking share agreement. I think there is definitely some applicability in the situation, but I think that might be confusing our process at this point. I think doing the exception is probably cleaner than relying on that code section.
I didn't hear that. Probably what?
So the section of the code that allows the applicant to submit a project-specific traffic study to get adjustments to the parking standards, it's not the most crystal clear cut application for this project.
But it was used.
No, what was used in the staff report is just an analysis of the parking standards.
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Well, I think I'd like to share a few comments, and this certainly isn't the tail end of the comments. The area that I probably am struggling with the most is the housing waiver without some sort of recognition that we do have an issue in this state, and it was enunciated by our dear governor, who claimed that we have a housing crisis, period. So I would like us to be creative and come up with some sort of way to address that. The parking area, and I don't live too far away, and I certainly do a lot of walking around. I think the applicant has done yeoman's work to attempt to address the parking issues in a number of ways, including soliciting this W-Trans report, and I think that's good. And I think that as long as we maintain some sort of annual review, where in that annual review we actually have some options other than just the feel-good reviewing of a report on an annual basis, I would feel comfortable relative to the parking in that sense. There have been some comments that have been expressed by the public that I tend to agree with, and I think that parking is kind of an ebb and flow thing, and I must confess at times I get irritated at people that think they own the parking space right outside their front door on the public street. So I'm not the best to scream a lot about a real concern on parking. I think in this particular case the project has demonstrated some flexibility, and so I am not uncomfortable about granting a waiver for the reduced parking to 131 and keeping it relatively clean. In terms of the other aspects that we are in charge to look at regarding the use permit, I'm fairly supportive of that. But at this point, my greatest concern again is this housing waiver. So if Matt, do you want to say something? Because I'm going to give the, I believe the applicant may wish to come forth and share some additional comments, so I want to go ahead, but I don't want to preclude your abilities.
I appreciate it. No, I don't have any comments at this time.
Okay. So I heard rumors that there may be interest in coming back for some discussion. Oh. So Joe, before you utter, I'd like to give Sheila just the
Yeah,
opportunity.
just one more comment, because I'm a numbers person. Each new hotel room, if you expect that it's going to rent for, be conservative, $500 a night, have a 75% occupancy, we're looking at $1.5 million revenue for these 11 rooms, which is significant. And I do struggle with this housing waiver, and with that increased annual revenue, how does that help us with our housing situation in Sonoma? So that's something I would really like to have you address. Thank you.
Certainly. Do I have the, if I could just address a few of the comments. First off, I think an annual review with W-Trans, who I think Christina was the first to recommend them to us, we're very open to. So we've been doing an annual letter, which is not extremely comprehensive, but we would be very open to that as a condition. I think everyone accepts that we're able to put red stickers on our employees' cars and get them to park on site and follow up. We'd be more than willing to accept a condition that the employees need to park on site. I think it's code, but it's not necessarily in our use permit. On the housing, we're very involved and active in the community. Our employees are a lot of the individuals that are impacted by this housing. If a contribution to the housing would be of assistance, I would propose that we do it at a $10 per square foot paid at the time we build a building permit, just as other fees are paid. That would be approximately, we have roughly 6,000 square feet of the guest room project that we're asking for approval today. And then just if I could speak on the last issue, which is more of our issue. We've invested heavily in the hotel, and yes, we're owned by, wholly owned by LAT 33 Capital, which is wholly owned by JP Morgan. The owner has done an extraordinary job, in my opinion, on an asset that really has not been profitable. We all know, and everyone that owns a business and lives here, what's happened since 2017 with, two series of very terrible disasters, the COVID and the shutdowns. So I think the owner has done a very good job. Every project has to pencil, regardless if it's owned by an individual or owned by a large bank. But the important thing I think that we have on this project is the timing of it. We've done a lot of analysis on the timing that we would do any construction at the hotel. Most importantly, we want to do such construction during the down season, which basically means you start November 15th. Everyone hopes it rains. We would sort of be happy if it didn't rain at that time. And that's the lowest demand time for the hotel, November, and then it builds through the summer. It's our desire to get the approval for the entitlements and to build two of the buildings, be in a position to build two of the buildings along with the spa. The challenge is the way we did the hotel project, and by leaving the spa to the end, it's in the heart of the hotel. So when we go to do construction of two of the buildings and the spa project, we have a huge impact. So from a timing standpoint, it's our desire, of course, to have this application accepted so that we would be in a position with approvals from our company to begin the projects at the end of this year. And then really by the end of summer 2022, we would have a fully operating hotel. On the remote lot, of course, if it's proven that the hotel does not have enough space, and we would be very open to a remote lot. Today, we lease the 870 Broadway parcel during construction projects. But if the reporting found that we needed additional parking, of course, we would be open to that. And I agree with David's comment. We operate under a conditional use permit. We're a great neighbor, and we've been a great business. And we work very diligently whenever someone brings an issue to our attention, and we would continue to do that. Anything else I can answer, Mr. Chairman?
So if I could interject for a moment, I just in playing around with some of the issues, my recommendation would be to include a condition of approval addressing the construction management plan, requiring an annual construction management plan to be reviewed by the Planning Commission.
Is that parking or construction?
Parking management, what did I say?
Parking. Construction.
Sorry, it's been a while. Parking management plan that would include implementing the employee parking program, including specific sections for employee parking and outlining requirements, providing options for public transportation, rideshare opportunities, identifying annual large events at the Sonoma High School, and prohibiting large hotel events on those select days and times to avoid neighbor overflow. Alternatively, event-specific parking management plans with off-site parking may be submitted to the city for review and approval. Also, the preparation and distribution of a one-page summary of the parking management plan to neighbors within a 500-foot radius that includes contact information to report issues and concerns. Commissioner Bohar also raised the question about increasing the number of parking spaces in the front of the hotel that are available for members of the public to come in and out. So perhaps increasing that from 2 spaces to 4 spaces, maybe to 1 hour, and then we can see what effect that has in the next year. Another comment would be to recommend that the parking spaces in the front shall not be used for vehicle display, marketing, and promotional events. There have definitely been some times where there have been, maybe those are corporate events, but I've heard some concerns about those parking spaces for members of the public being used in that manner.
Okay.
And then alternatively, adding another condition of approval to address the affordable housing component and contribution on a per unit basis.
That'd be
Yes.
as opposed to a square foot. I can't do the complex math. So if we could have just a dollar amount per unit, that would be most helpful to implement. Because I know there's going to be different sizes of those units.
Sure.
It's five, my math makes it
So
5,500.
if I have, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
If I have the math right, we're looking at an additional 5,485 square feet,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
I've seen both numbers, Mr. Ross. Is it?
Which number are we using?
Please, thank you.
And also, Mr. Chair, you'll need to open it up to the public for additional comment, not just the applicant.
Just clarification for Commissioner O'Neill. The number in the staff report is around 6,400 square feet, which is the gross area of the building footprints. Okay. And the calculation that we did in the project narrative, the smaller one, deleted things like exterior porches, stairways, and things like that. They're more net square feet. And so it's the larger number that applies to this.
Okay, so we would use that gross number.
Yes.
So, how about $100 a square foot?
I would say if it were $100 a square foot, the project, you may approve it. It probably would not be feasible to build.
I think if the 11 additional rooms are going to generate a minimum of 1.5 million a year, possibly as much as 2.5, 3, 4 million a year. That's from the beginning. Over time, it's more and more and more. It seems to me like $100 a square foot is not an unreasonable number.
I think you're talking revenue versus gross operating profit.
Right.
And I've seen the financial analysis. It does not generate that, but you're the planning commission and whatever you decide, but if it's decided at $100 a foot, I believe the project would not be built.
Okay, I'm open to what my other commissioners have to say on that as well. Thank you. That would be a net about $600,000.
Chair Wellender?
Yes.
Larry Barnett would like to
Larry?
speak.
Well, let me just say that.
I'm sorry, stop. I'm sorry. Before we continue our comments, I want to go back and open it up to the public because I did bring the applicant back up for comment. But hold that thought. It's germane. It's good. So at this point, thank you, Joe. If anyone from the public would like to come back up and speak, now is the opportunity.
Hi, David Eicher again. Just a reminder that even if you have some money coming in for the housing trust and you waive the housing component, you still have to come up with the findings that indeed this property has the certain conditions that warrant a waiver. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Demler again. I'm a little confused. Is it possible even to substitute the housing requirement with a monetary figure? I didn't think it was possible. And if so, should the housing requirement is 20%, is it not, of the total?
Under the
Total
inclusion-
units or whatever? Because if it is, it should be 20% of the cost of the project. You got to do it more than just $100 a square foot. Anyway, I don't think you can substitute. And if you can, it should be offered to the other hotel project as well. Thank you.
Anyone else?
There's a member of the public on the Zoom that would like to speak.
Okay, please.
Tom Conlon, you may speak.
Intended to speak earlier, but my daughter went into labor, and so I had to run away from the Zoom call. Wish us well. I wanted to interject into your conversation that as I look at all of these projects, I am looking to these applicants to say, how are your projects going to help the city with these well-known challenges that we face, these declared emergencies with respect to climate and affordable housing? With respect to parking, I frankly don't consider that to be a significant issue. We know that we need to make parking of individual private vehicles more difficult to encourage people to stop using them so much. It's too expensive to pay for roads, and right now with their being powered by fossil fuels, it's destroying our planet. To the issue of housing, I offer a calculation that I didn't hear the number of employees, the number of additional employees that will be necessary to support this expanded use. Those people have to live somewhere. And so how many of those people will the hotel be employing? And what will it cost to build the housing to support them? That's the calculation that I'm doing in my head, and that I think that we should be doing for all new commercial development projects, is what is the housing impact of this new profit-making operation, and can it be accommodated by the developer? How does the developer propose to help the city with this problem? So those are the kinds of things I'm thinking about. I hope that is helpful to you in your talk, in your decision making tonight. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Chair, we need to make sure there's no other additional public comment, then I'll be prepared to make some comments.
Right.
But I think we'll need to hear from the applicant as well and then close the hearing.
Okay, very good. So we'll keep it open to the applicant
Yeah.
and the public, and then we'll close it.
Thank you. Michael Ross again. I'm speaking during the public hearing portion of it while it's still open.
Okay.
To Tom's point, and thank you for those comments, Tom, how the hospitality industry helps our town is through TOT. Enormous amounts of money come out of the local hotels and hospitality into the city coffers and literally runs the town. And so that is a direct benefit, community benefit. I think if you take a look at MacArthur Place in terms of community benefit, Sheila, you raised great points. It truly is a town guest intersection. It's a crossroads of the people who live here and people who come here. It's really a good neighbor type of facility, and to the point that I believe in your packets that Suzanne Brangham wrote a really glowing support of this project. And so what we're talking about tonight is the addition of 11 new guest rooms. and that only generate the addition of 2 more staff. And so it's not like this is a staff-intensive change that's happening here. In a way, it's a philosophical discussion about how do we fund housing, and to take a project and ask for, like negotiate across the room. I don't know if that's the best way to do when it's already been codified that an impact fee could be assigned to the building permit for X dollars, and I understand Joe has offered a certain amount towards that. I think we have all the mechanisms in place to settle this based on the merits of the project, and that there will be monies flowing to the impact fee from this project, and that the way that, and to Robert's point, the way it states in the development code is that 50% of what's being built would be built as housing. And so in this case, we're building 6,000 square feet. We're talking about 3,000, like 2 houses is what we're talking about that is really being discussed here. And 1.62% of the land of this little site is going to be available for these guest rooms. It's going to ensure the economic viability of this project and really set it up for its future. It's competing against hotels with much greater numbers of rooms. And I think it's a good neighbor, it's a good project, and we should support it as such. And personally, and not just as the architect, but also as a direct neighbor of this project, I think it's a great project. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Victor?
Vic and 40 again. I think, if I understand this correctly, there are actually 2 financial, or not contributions, financial costs for the developers. The first is a codified thing that I don't think you really can change, and that is the impact fee. It's a separate thing. It's $15 a square foot. It's already codified. I don't think you can change that particularly. And then the second thing, which is more significant, is a contribution to the Housing Trust Fund, which I think maybe Sheila was referring to, a far larger number than $15 a square foot. So, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no significant movement, I'm going to close the public portion of this, and I was kind of hoping we'd be at a point of some sort of progress, but I'm going to call for a 10-minute break, and we will resume. Yes, what do I see?
We had Commissioner Barnett. Excuse me, Commissioner Barnett raised his hand.
But, okay, yes, Mr. Barnett?
Well, I just wanted to point to some clarifications. Michael Ross correctly identified the percentage of new development that, unless waived, must be housing. So if the new development, if only we considered the guest rooms, I frankly consider the spa new development as well, but let's just take the guest rooms for the moment. That would be half of that 6,000 square feet would mean 3,000 square feet of housing. And I think Michael also indicated that that would be 2 houses. Yeah, that's right, 2 houses. He's absolutely right. And the amount of money it costs to build 2 houses of 1,500 square feet, multiply it times $450 a square foot, and that's the construction cost and the land cost for 2 houses. That would be the quid pro quo to a waiver. Either you build the houses or you come up with the money to build the houses and let the city deal with it. So I don't think it's confusing. The housing impact fee is different. That's like a sewer district fee or a school fee. It's just fixed into the permitting, and that has nothing to do with the housing waiver at all. Mr. Walsh's offer of $60 a square foot, is one bathroom, maybe two. And it's inadequate in my mind to helping to support what we need to do to actually get some lower income housing built in this town in real numbers. People may say, well, oh, it's only 2 units. Well, 2 units is about on average 20 or 25% of the low income housing that gets built in Sonoma every year as a part of the inclusionary requirement. It may not be big in numbers, but it is in addition to something we desperately need. So I hope that that's clear. We're talking about 2 separate housing related costs. One is the housing impact fee, which is a permitted, codified requirement, just like a sewer district fee. And the other is what's the quid pro quo for a housing waiver at this point in time in the city of Sonoma on a project like this. Now, I happen to believe the housing waiver has to apply to all the construction, and the way the code reads, or the way the development code reads, it's all new construction. So that would mean the spa and the houses, that's more like 14,000 square feet, which means 7,000 square feet of housing would be required on a project like this. So I'm just trying to bring the reality to the discussion here. And is there an opportunity for some, and I understand and I agree with Michael, trying to negotiate something over this, over this medium that is a public body with an applicant is a pretty difficult thing to do. But the fact is that in some fashion, I know that as far as I feel at this point, there needs to be some resolution of this housing waiver, and it has to be resolved on the side of something that will actually produce some housing and not be a drop in the bucket. All I've heard so far is a drop in the bucket. The other option this applicant has, by the way, on the parking thing, should we deny it, is to reduce the number of units it's building from 11 to 7. And then they're in compliance on their parking, and they're not going to need any exception of any kind. So I just throw that out there as a comment. Now you want to take a break, Ron?
With that perspective, I really want to take a break, so 10 minutes. Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, the lights are out in the lobby, so if you need
much to Ron's dismay.
You know, we should have off-site.
Back to order. I believe where we left it off, we had brought back discussion to the commissioners.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could just make
Yes,
a couple of comments.
please.
In the public comments section, I just want to make sure we have Council Ruderman with us. Wendy, is David available? Okay. I don't have my screen in front of me to see that. But with respect to a comment from Mr. Ikar, he's correct. There are findings in the municipal code. Kinda, the word findings are there. In fact, they're up on the screen now. Can that be enlarged in any way? It's kind of hard to. Can you see it on the commissioners? Can you see that and read that?
Can see it, but a little more contrast would be helpful.
So in the mixed-use zone, the language there, and I'll pull it up and read it, and hopefully folks can follow through with it. The residential component in applications for new development for which a discretionary permit is required, a residential component is required unless waived by the Planning Commission. A residential component should normally comprise at least 50% of the total proposed building area. But remember, you can waive it as the Planning Commission in the prior sentence. Circumstances in which the residential component may be reduced or waived include but are not limited to the following. And then it goes on to list 4 things. But because it says but are not limited to, you have the ability to come up with another solution to this waiver if you're choosing to reduce it or waive it, the impact that is. But again, you have language that says normally comprise. So I think there is discretion unless legal counsel advises us otherwise. You could come up with the applicant presenting a a request to consider a fee and have them agree to that on the record. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
And I would like clarity, though. What is the correct term of this fee? Because I was corrected that it's not an in lieu fee, so what are we going to call this fee?
Well, it'd be a residential waiver / reduction fee.
Thank you.
Again, as I mentioned, you would need to have the applicants agree to an amount, and I would recommend it be a fixed amount per room rather than a sliding scale of $1 per square foot or something like that. That'd be a lot easier for administration when it comes to the building permit.
Understood. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I apologize. I had the opportunity to speak with the applicant. They would like to discuss this issue specifically with your commission, but at the same time, you would also need to open up the hearing again.
Question to staff. Maybe I'm just wanting to make some sense of progress. Would it be inappropriate to catch our breath and address the CEQA that we need to address and get that behind us, and then at least I feel like we've accomplished something this evening?
Yes, you can certainly take a motion to approve, or excuse me, to adopt the resolution that thereby adopts the mitigating neg deck.
So is my fellow commissioners okay with that, just to get a sense we have something? Do you see anything on?
A little traction, maybe?
Yeah. Anything from Larry or Steve on that? Larry, you okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
So at this point, I'd love to entertain a motion on adopting the neg deck on this project. And if you need more specific language, I would.
Again, Mr. Chair, that would be a motion to approve the resolution that certifies the neg deck that's in your packet.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, to adopt resolution number, doesn't have a number on here, dash 2021, adopting findings of a mitigated negative declaration for the proposed guest room additions project for the MacArthur Place Hotel and Spa.
Great, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Barbos?
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Yes.
Commissioner Wyrick?
Aye.
Vice Chair Barnett?
Aye.
Chair Wellender?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes 6-0.
Now, my next question is, I know that the topic of the housing waiver is hot on our mind. I think we have, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, we have three elements we still need to address: the parking waiver, the residential component waiver, and then just this, is there a third
Parking
one?
management.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so if I could help, so the permits that are being requested tonight,
Yes.
we have the use permit, which includes a waiver of the residential component, a parking exception, and design review. And if, Wendy, would you mind sharing my screen again? I just wanted to follow up a moment to where Director Storer was going. So the language following what had just been read, so circumstances in which the residential component may be reduced or waived include, but are not limited to. And the applicant has provided a written request that's in your agenda packets. And they have requested the waiver based on B and C. And just for everyone's knowledge and understanding, A states that, so a circumstance where the waiver could be granted is for the replacement of a commercial use within an existing tenant space within another commercial use. So that doesn't apply in this case. B is the presence of uses or conditions incompatible with residential development on or adjacent to the property for which a new development is proposed. And in the narrative from the applicant, the reason for their request is this is already a built-out campus that has been undergoing development since 1999. There was no master planning to include these two different components, a residential use and the hotel use. There would need to be a completely different level of analysis and review and programming to add a residence onto the property. So essentially what we're talking about, as Mr. Ross stated, putting, you know, 1 or 2 houses onto this campus, totaling 3,300 square feet. So where on this campus could we put a 3,300 square foot residence and have it function with the existing hotel? So the eastern portion of the property is encumbered with setbacks from Nathanson Creek. We have a 30-foot setback from the top of bank. And so that essentially reaches all the way to the buildings. And so that parking lot, you can't put a house there. So you could maybe, as I don't know if I can pull up the.
Well, I think it's safe to say that the current built out does not lend itself to residential units, and we can. I think we're familiar enough with the site plan.
Yeah, so this was the site plan that was brought up earlier. So we would have to find somewhere on the site, or the applicant would need to find somewhere on the site where they could not only fit a 3,000 square foot residence, but have it work with the existing programming and infrastructure. So single family residence is constructed to different standards than a hotel. We have commercial building code and we have residential building code. It would need its own water meter, sewer. It would have to be independently accessible. It would need to have a covered parking space and meet all of our other development code standards. And so that is the one part of their rationale for the request.
And you said there's a second?
There is a second. Well, I kind of mushed them a little bit because the second is property characteristics, including size limitations, environmental characteristics that constrain opportunities for residential development, which make it infeasible. So as I mentioned, Nathanson Creek encumbers essentially the required setbacks encumbers about a quarter of the site.
So I'm not arguing, or I don't think we're arguing with that, but we're still looking at some sort of compensation or way
Yeah.
to deal with this this waiver.
So I think the first question is, can you make the findings? And so I would be interested in asking that question before we get into, you know, what kind of financial
Christina, they're not findings. It's the ability of the commission
circumstances
to be okay with any one of these reasons to reduce or waive, and you can come up with your own.
Yeah. I think the question is, does the commission feel that the circumstances are present in that there is a unique case where the applicant can't put a single-family residence on this property?
I'm certainly open at this point to the idea of a reduction, not maybe an entire waiving, and I don't know what that quite means, but yes.
So, question, Christina. This gives us the circumstances under which a waiver can be granted, but in the case where a waiver is granted, what is the process by which we have the housing waiver fee into the housing trust fund?
Any money that you receive for the purpose of providing housing will be placed in the housing trust fund anyway.
So we would just need applicants to agree on what that amount is in order for us to grant that waiver with an agreed waiver fee.
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Larry.
I don't know why we're talking about 3,000 square feet. We're talking about 50% of the project. The project is 14,000 square feet, not 6. That's just the guest rooms. What's going to be built here is a new spa and new guest rooms. I don't know why all of a sudden we've restricted ourselves to 3,000 square feet.
I don't think we've necessarily have restricted anything, but what we're looking at is that based upon what was just written as far as possible considerations to either waiving the residential unit or possibly reducing it, that's where the discussion is. We can go back and forth as far as the actual square footage, but it's the concept of, are we open to the idea based upon the existing conditions of this not 100% built out site, but a significantly built-out site that, at least it is my perspective, that it would be difficult to put a residential component within its campus that makes sense.
And if I could interject, the spa is not part of this current project. The current project before the Planning Commission tonight is for 11 additional guest rooms. The spa was approved with a mitigated negative declaration in 2020.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
let me say this. What I'm looking for is a formula that makes a very substantial contribution to the city's ability to build some affordable housing. I recognize that the likelihood or the ability to place residences on this property at this point in time is extremely constrained. But that doesn't reduce the opportunity for the city to come up with some compensating approach to provide significant funding to beef up the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund so it can either acquire land or make financial contributions to housing in this town. And I understand that the site itself is not particularly compatible at this point in time with creating residences, although the logic that a hotel isn't conducive to residential development is clearly wrong, and if it had been a component from the very beginning, it would seem perfectly normal right now. But that isn't the situation we're in. I understand the parcel is built out. So then the question is it possible to come up with another formula whereby, at least in my case, I'll feel comfortable waiving the residential component, and that's going to be, for lack of any other description, cash. It's going to be money. It's going to be a commitment to contribute a significant amount of money based on the square footage that this thing would normally trigger. And if I accept Christina's point about the spa being excluded because it's already been approved, then fine. We're still talking about 3,000 square feet times $450 a square foot. It's somewhere around $1,250,000. And that, to me, would be an adequate and substantial compensation for waiving the residential requirement, given the desperate need we have for low-income housing in Sonoma. Now, you know, I don't know what the format and formula is for attempting to negotiate that tonight. Maybe we can't, but that to me is the fair quid pro quo. I'm not going to vote in favor of a waiver unless there's some substantial compensation coming back to this community to help it build affordable housing. And it's not going to be $60 a square foot.
Anybody else like to, Jim?
Is it out of line or not completely impossible not to talk about an off-site mitigation with?
Can't hear you, Jim. You want a microphone on?
Is it appropriate to talk about a probable off-site mitigation of building? I know I'm familiar with that new hotel in San Luis Obispo, and they were required to provide that. They bought some property off-site and rehabbed it for low housing. I mean, can we think about that, or is that too far away from what we're doing?
That's okay with me.
Well, here we are trying to negotiate a number. And I don't.
Maybe we could get some guidance from, and also I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Barnett, that their offer was not $60 a square foot, it was $10 a square foot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd recommend you at least hear once more from the applicant about any proposal that they might wish to entertain, based on the discussion we've just had about the conditions in which you would be allowed to reduce or waive. And alternatively, then at that point, you can either recommend approval of that amount that they're willing to place as a residential component fee. And should the the commission feel that that's not adequate, you can certainly either ask the applicant if they want to continue the hearing, or if they would like to have you take an action, such that if you were to deny the project, you're certainly able to do that as it relates to the action that you took prior. Two different and independent actions. You could recommend denial of it and ask staff to prepare findings based on your discussion and return at a later date.
Okay, with that in mind, I would open back up to public if there's any willingness to want to come and continue this discussion.
Thank you. To clarify the offer, you were correct in your summary. I said approximately $10 per square foot. So that, if you just say how much is that per guest room, it's about $6,000. In our response to Christine, where she had asked us to justify why there would be a waiver, Michael and I worked diligently, and in that letter I also crafted the unique situation of MacArthur Place Hotel. Two of our direct competitors, the Fairmont and the Sonoma Mission Inn Renaissance Autograph Hotel, both of those hotels have similar guest service supports that MacArthur Place does. Those hotels are 200-room hotels on average, where MacArthur Place is a 64-room. Again, I know you look at the MacArthur Place ownership group as, you know, this hotel is a big bank owns it and such, but the economics of it are, again, the hotel has not been profitable in 4 years. The owners invested $30 million. Michael and I came up with this plan as a way to assist the hotel in a path towards profitability. The hotel is a great asset for the city of Sonoma. It is a good participant in the community. We are a driver of TOT. We are getting room rates in a really great number that, you know, we hope to see the growth. The 11 guest rooms help the hotel get profitable, but more importantly, the 11 guest rooms entitled, our current plans are to build 5. The economics of the 5 guest rooms help justify the spa project. So the spa project has been, it's a huge investment. Spas, as you might know, are sort of the sizzle that sells the steak. It's the nice amenity. We think it's really going to bring the hotel together. It's totally targeted at hotel guests. It's hard to pencil. What does pencil are guest rooms. So I had offered, in essence, what is $6,000 a key. If you were to say, yes, we would pass it at $100 per square foot, the project will not get built. Not out of, I mean, just out of the economics of it. So I'm working diligently to get the project approved. The earlier question about employees, it adds probably 2 employees because it's guest rooms. But you know, my request is the money comes to the city of Sonoma from this project. The primary it comes to the city of Sonoma is through the transient occupancy tax, and I think the MacArthur Place Hotel has done a great job. And I will again go back to Suzanne Brangham's letter. She was nice enough to send that without solicitation. She copied me. And the owner's done a great job here. An exorbitant fee for this housing fund. An exorbitant fee for the housing fund, if passed, it probably will not allow us to move forward with the project just from the financial, the financial analysis of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you want to close it? Close the hearing, please.
Sorry. I'd like to close the public portion and bring it back to the commissioners.
Mr. Chair, you could certainly, within your purview, again, unless corrected by legal counsel, you are able to place a condition on the project yourselves that may not be in tune with what the applicant has requested. And so if the amount, I'm just going to come up with a number, let's say it's $100,000 a door. You can impose that as a condition of approval for that residential waiver that would then place the applicant in a position to appeal your decision to the council. But at least at that point, you would have made a condition of approval then to react to. I could be wrong, and I can't speak for the applicant, but I think they would probably rather have an action taken tonight rather than a continuance. You might want to get that on the record from the applicant to see if that's their direction.
This is David, if I can just chime in. The other option, of course, is to simply deny the conditional use permit based on the failure to meet the required residential portion.
Should that be the, if I can, with David's blessing here, if that were the case, I wouldn't be able to come up with the findings right now to support that. I'd have to return to your commission. But at least the applicant would have that direction, knowing that that was going to be coming at a future meeting. That'll be in September.
Okay, thank you, David. And David. So I'd like to hear some more discussion amongst us commissioners to where do we want to go. We've heard from the applicant a fixed number that they believe that could continue to make.
Is your microphone on?
Yes, it is. I'm just talking through a mask.
No, sorry.
So I was saying is we've heard the applicant put forth a number that we can quickly do the math and say 11 times 6,000 is $66,000. We, as the planning director has said, we can deny it. There's the potential if we deny it that it will be appealed. And I'd like to think that we can come to some sort of resolution on this so that it's just not one more project that's kicked up to the city council. Sure, absolutely.
So I know this one's challenging because we're doing things for the first time, but I think the housing waiver, there's a lot to be said that it does make sense in this case, though I actually do know people that live in hotels and they like to live in the hotel. I have a good friend in Ireland that likes to have the bar and the restaurant downstairs. So could, of those 11 rooms, could some of them actually be residential? That's a possibility. If we're not going to go that way, I'm really in favor of a very strong fee for the housing waiver. And Director Storr tossed out $100,000 per room. That to me is a reasonable number because that would give us a total of $600,000, which is not really enough to have 2 affordable housing units. But I think it's at least a very serious attempt at being able to contribute towards some housing units that would provide housing for the type of people that will be working at this property. So I'm going to put that number out there as one that I like way better than a total of $60,000 to $10 a square foot. I like the project. The parking is an issue that can be worked on, but we just can't ignore the need for housing. So I'm going to go with the $100,000 per door. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbos would like to make a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Steve.
The other, just comment to throw into that, I like Sheila's number and I would be in support of that, is that if they're going to make $1.5 million a year off of these rooms, I would be amenable to letting them pay that housing impact fee over a couple of years, so they didn't have to pay it all up front.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, personally, I think we're getting somewhere with that option from Commissioner O'Neill. I think that at least that gives the applicant some direction here tonight too. So I would be in support of something like that.
Along the lines of that off-site development, if the applicant was to create off-site housing, they'd be creating value for themselves, short-term, long-term. On the other hand, that's maybe way out of their corporate mission. But is that anything that they would like to discuss?
Now we have to open it back.
Oh, okay. Do that. Or can you? What do we do?
I would suggest you get all of your commissioners' comments and then open up the hearing again to allow the applicant to speak to that question, and then also to allow other members of the public to respond.
Okay, I think, Larry, would you like to continue some thoughts based upon what has been shared?
Well, if the majority sentiment of the commission is in favor of $100,000 a unit, I can live with it. I don't like it. I don't think it's adequate. I think the city needs to begin to get, as I said earlier, the city needs to get serious. And $600,000, honestly, in this town isn't enough to even build one unit when you consider the land. So I'm not going to stand in the way of the commission on this issue of $100,000. From what I'm hearing from the applicant, that's not acceptable to them, and they're going to end up appealing this to the city council anyway. And the city council can establish any number they want, or they can overrule the commission. So in the spirit of moving this thing along, I'll go along with the $100,000 number. But for the record, I want to state that I think that it's inadequate by 50%, and that it ought to be more like $150,000 a unit. But we'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I'm not sure, opening it back up, I'm not sure if we're at a stalemate. I'd like to...
Well, one other option, Mr. Chair, is to ask the applicant if they would like to a continuance or if they would like you to take an action tonight. I think that would be good to get on the record.
Very good then. I'd like to throw that out to you. Joe, would you like a...
Can I have one moment?
Sure.
While they're convening, Mr. Chair, you might want to ask the other members of the public if they'd like to comment on what they've heard.
Yes, again, we're going to give the public an opportunity to make any further comments. You may come forward.
Just for clarification, $100,000 per room or per 11 hotel rooms is 1.1, not 600,000.
Thank you.
That was my previous offer of $100 a square foot for 6,000 square feet, but I liked Director Storer's idea better.
Yes.
Good evening, Steve Page, 1219 Apple Tree Court, Sonoma. I'm just commenting on the math. Commissioner O'Neill, I think, made an assumption that there was a certain amount of gross revenue per room. I have no idea whether that number is correct or not. But gross revenue does not translate to profit. And running a hotel, a high-end hotel, is a very expensive operation. So in whatever calculation you make in terms of what the appropriate fee is, use math that actually relates to what the profits are that revenue is going to generate. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Oh, 1 second. I'll let...
I would like to put, say one thing as a correction to these numbers. According to the project narrative, the total for the 11 hotel rooms is 5,480 square feet. So in order to add housing that is 50% of the total, you need 5,485 square feet of housing, so that you have some almost 11,000 total, so that housing is 50%. So it's not the 3,000 square feet of housing you need. It would be 5,485 square feet to get 50%. Math.
I didn't follow that. I think that's... Anyway. Joe?
May I respond? Thank you. So again, I think a fee of that is going to make the project financially unfeasible. If the Planning Commission decides on that fee, I like the one Commissioner's suggestion. If there's a way to match revenues with expenses, it certainly assists the financial viability of a project. So if the Planning Commission is going to recommend a fee of $100,000 per key, which I think is excessive, my suggestion would be make it more feasible for the hotel to actually have a project versus spending all this time and money and your time to have a project that gets approved that doesn't get built, where you match the revenues and the fees and make it payable over a 5-year period make it payable at the pulling of a building permit, and then annually thereafter. So if you recommend $100,000, it would be payable $20,000 a year for a 5-year period. That way, the hotel, as Commissioner O'Neill says, the rooms are going to generate profit. That way it makes it a little more financially viable, so hopefully we end up having a project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is that an offer?
No, I don't have the authority to offer what you're asking. I had the authority and I called to get the offer that I could offer $10 per square foot. So it sounds like from David's comments, we have a choice of delaying it and postponing till next month, which he doesn't recommend, or you vote on whatever you believe and then we have the option to appeal it or not. Did I summarize that properly?
No, actually, I didn't recommend that you couldn't continue the item. I think I'd want you to be able to say, I request a continuance so that we can work out these issues to the next month to come up with a payment plan if that's where the commission is so directed.
Okay, so
Sorry about that.
we're not requesting a continuance. I guess you all spent a lot of your valuable time on this and you should act accordingly, and then we will respond, and I appreciate all your time.
Thank you. I will close the public portion of this and bring it back to the commissioners.
We did have one more person on Zoom with a comment before you close the public portion.
Oh,
Joe Ellender.
I'll go ahead.
Chair Wellender, Tom Conlon would like to speak.
Okay.
Tom, you can go ahead and speak.
Again, I want to thank everyone for their hard work tonight. I appreciate how difficult this is. I understand the applicant is having difficulty imagining how this might pencil, but I think it's also important to realize that the people who will be employed at this hotel will be having a very hard time finding an affordable place to live. And to Commissioner O'Neill's point, I don't see the incompatibility, the fundamental incompatibility of putting some employee housing on the site. Or simply having hotel rooms be available for staff for some period of time. If the applicant doesn't include this impact in its application, the city has to find someplace else for those very same people that will be producing the profits that this applicant is seeking to increase their bottom line with. So it's really, I appreciate that we might not be able to get to a resolution, but it is the nature of what we're dealing with. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Tom. Now, I'd like to, everything's clear, Wendy? I'd like to bring it now back to the commission.
And Mr. Chair, just something to contemplate. You heard the applicant suggest that a payment over time would work. If that's the direction of the commission, and we can try to craft some language to that effect. I'd probably need a couple of minutes to work with Mr. Ruderman and Christina to work the language out, if that's where you want to go.
Well, I think that that makes some sense to me, and we talked about a figure of 100,000 per unit. I think making a project actually become a project is to our benefit if indeed we're going to be able to gather some funds over a period of time. The other reality, and I don't know the percentages, but I'm assuming that these 5 get built, there is going to be also some funding of the TOT tax that's going to be coming our way as they come. So it sounds like, you know, that I think I could support in this climate, in the expense of construction and what reality is in Sonoma, I think I could support a fee of $100,000 that could be paid over a 5-year period and have a project than not have a project. And I could sleep well at night, not to say that we solved our housing problems, but this is at least a first step, or this is a step, not a first step. This is a step of headed in the right direction where we're trying to get some money to begin to create greater housing opportunities. So I would love to either hear more from my commissioners, or I'd love to hear if we can't make some sort of motion that we can either go forward with or not.
Christina, could you just remind me the three things that we're looking at? Is the use permit, the right,
parking exception, and design review.
design review.
And the two conditions of approval that we've discussed adding are the fee for the waiver.
Right.
And then the parking management plan coming back to the commission and including that component that I outlined.
Well, personally, design review, use permit, even the parking, as long as we have the annual review with W-Trans, I think that all seems really comfortable to me. I think that the really essence of this is our responsibility to the community to provide that housing. And if we can't provide that housing, to at least contribute to the Affordable Housing Trust. So, and breaking it down over a period of payments over 5 years makes total sense to me. Giving you interest-free, break it down, we're not charging interest on it. I think that's great. If we could get something where we actually have a trade-off, that we're not imposing the housing, but we're going to be able to provide housing, to me that works. And if we can craft a language, that's something I could absolutely support everything else.
Matt?
Those are my thoughts exactly. Nothing further on that.
I agree.
So the person with a pen writing some notes, if you need, oops, I'm sorry. Forget that comment. Yes, Mr. Barnett.
I just want to say I concur. I don't have any problem with the payment plan.
Thank you.
Nor do I.
Thank you, Steve. All right, now I'm going to go back.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barbos would like to speak.
No, I just
He did. He did. He chimed in, so thank you. If you'd like a few minutes to craft something.
Bear with me, I'm writing that right now, so I'll defer to Mr. Ruderman. I'll tell you what, I have an idea. Excuse me, sorry. I have an idea. Let's continue this item for a few moments, suspend it if you will. I'll work on the language with Mr. Ruderman, and maybe what we can do is conduct, I recommend based on the hour, that we at least conduct the scoping session. I know I'd mentioned to you earlier, Mr. Chair, that maybe we would do the study session first, but I think it would be more important we have consultants here with us tonight to conduct the scoping session for the next item, and then at that point we could come back to this particular comment. Again, the scoping session is somewhat focused on what we talk about, what we don't talk about, and I'll probably be able to work out some language with Mr. Ruderman in the meantime. Does that?
That's attractive to, given the hour of the night. So we will continue or suspend what we're currently doing, giving you the opportunity to craft with some feedback from David, D5. And then we'll open up then agenda item 8.4, I believe. And as, again, the director had just stated, 8.4 has two components. It is going to be recommended, and I accept, that we focus on the scoping of the draft EIR, which is going to be recirculated. And what I want to reemphasize is that this is an opportunity for the public to come forward and to express their requests to include certain elements or concerns, specifics, as this EIR is being recirculated. It will also give the commissioners an opportunity to also add to that list. So, Christina, do you have anything else to offer before we open this up? So again, if you've got, you know the agenda, we're at 8.4. We're now talking about the EIR for the Sonoma Hotel, the recirculating aspect of it. So we're having a scoping meeting. This is not a meeting for in-depth discussion. We don't have definitive details. And I guess in the interest of time, and I will say to the applicant, is it possible to give maybe a 10-minute overview that then might encourage our audience to participate?
Yeah, I've got it. We'll work it out. It's all part of it.
So what are you telling me?
Take it if you don't mind opening up the agenda item and having
thought
a
I
staff
did.
report.
All right, okay, sorry.
That would be great.
May 24, it's open, staff, go.
All right. Matthew, would you care to? All right, thank you everyone for your patience and attention tonight. We are here to discuss the Sonoma Hotel project. The original intent was that it was going to be a scoping meeting and a study session. Right now we're going to try to get the scoping session completed, and that is really focused on the California Environmental Quality Act. There was a scoping session previously for the project, so legally we are not required to do it again. It's a good faith effort on the behalf of the city and the applicant team to reintroduce the project to the public and give everyone an opportunity to comment early on in the process. And so this is going to change. So right now I'd like to take a quick moment. I think everybody knows me, but I would like to introduce Matt Gerken of AECOM, who is the city's consultant and is in charge of managing and running the EIR process. And go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, present and in hyperspace.
And then if the applicant team, do you guys want to step up and introduce yourself to the public really quick?
I'm Bill Hooper with Kenwood Investments. Michael Ross is out in the hall. He'll be available as well. He's our architect of record for this project as well.
And so we have a brief presentation about CEQA, and given that Michael is out at the hall, I'm going to switch things around a little bit, and we'll just give a quick overview of.
Yeah, he won't be making a presentation. We'll just receive comments from the public, I think, at this point.
Okay. So the project site is a 1.24 acre site. There are 4 parcels that comprise the proposed project site. The addresses are 153 West Napa Street, the former Chateau Sonoma building. We have 135 West Napa Street, which is the Lynch building. And also at 135, there is a separate parcel that contains a middle office and warehouse building. And 117 West Napa Street, which is the Sonoma Index Tribune building. The zoning is commercial, and the project site is located in our historic overlay in the downtown district, and it's surrounded by commercial zoning and land uses. It's an overview of the project location just southwest of the Sonomas Plaza. The project up for discussion and CEQA review is a 62 guest room hotel, an 80-seat restaurant and bar, spa with 6 treatment rooms, a raised swimming pool veranda, an 8-unit residential condominium building. This is really the key difference between the prior project that the commission had reviewed a couple years ago. And there's also a proposal. It's really more of a concept at this point, and part of our goal tonight was to have some discussion with the applicant team and the planning commission about how we can maybe utilize 7 of the existing dwellings in the adjacent building as potentially being affordable units. And I just wanted to acknowledge that there is a little bit of ambiguity, and that the reason for that is to encourage discussion tonight to help formalize the concept. All of this would be served by 130 on-site parking spaces, including 113 in the basement parking garage. There would be 9 surface parking spaces and 8 residential parking spaces. There would be 3 existing buildings on-site that would be demolished as part of the property. There's some overviews and schematics of the current project. The Plaza Courtyard up at the top. This is the view from West Napa Street. On the lower left is the Hotel Restaurant building, and this is the view from the Hotel Plaza Courtyard. The lower right, we have the hotel exterior courtyard at night view. Here's some of the elevations, and that is really small. I cannot read it.
First one's north and east.
Oh, good eyes. Thank you. Does this say south and west? Yes. Awesome. All right, so this is a little bit out of order now. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Matt to finish the CEQA portion.
California Environmental Quality, yes, sir.
No,
Oh.
listen.
Okay. California Environmental Quality Act, as you know, requires prior to discretionary decisions to disclose environmental effects, find feasible mitigations, look at feasible alternatives. Next. City determined that an environmental impact report, or EIR, or the most rigorous form of CEQA documentation is appropriate for this project. Like I said, to disclose effects, find feasible mitigation, examine feasible alternatives, and provide a framework for monitoring mitigation over time. As was alluded, the purpose of a scoping meeting is to notify the public and interested agencies in particular about a project, try to gain information that's useful for scoping the analysis so that we're looking at the right topics. People have ideas for feasible mitigation, that we consider those. If people have ideas about feasible alternatives to look at, that we consider those. As was mentioned, this will be a recirculated EIR. The entire document will be recirculated. There will be no need to refer to previous iterations, CEQA documentation. Everything will be shiny and new in this recirculated EIR. Next. The EIR will look at the topics on your screen, essentially full scope, looking at nearly every possible environmental effect that is germane under CEQA, including cumulative effects and alternatives analysis, as I mentioned. Next. And these topics, based on the project's location, will not be evaluated in as much detail in the EIR because they are likely to have less than significant effects. Next. So the process is the notice of preparation. It's gone out. It provides lots more detail than you're getting tonight on what the project is and how to provide input. Open through September 1st to provide comments on the scope of analysis. Recirculated EIR, then we'll work on that. It'll have an updated project description, describe regulatory framework, and identify environmental effects, and be subject to a 45-day public review period. And then a final EIR where we respond to all comments that are related to CEQA, both verbal summaries and written comments, and put out any necessary revisions to the draft EIR, and then go into the public hearing process, public comment, consider EIR certification, and ultimately project approvals after that. So this is what we're here to talk about, scoping comments. What are useful comments? What should we study? What mitigation should we look at? What alternative designs should we be looking at? And who should we contact to find out more information, who might have relevant input relative to the scope of analysis? And finally, here's how to provide written scoping comments. All the details are provided on this slide, received before 5 p.m. on September 1st, and then we can adjust the scope of analysis for the EIR as necessary.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners about the process that we're going to go through?
Is there a historic evaluation as part of CEQA? Because I didn't see that on the list.
Yes, thank you. Good question. Through the chair, the topic was presented as cultural resources, and I probably should have said cultural and historic resources. So yes, that will be a topic considered.
All right, thank you.
And were there any other questions?
I'm just checking with Zoom.
Yes, so I don't see anyone raising their hand. However, there is a written public comment. And
is that appropriate now, or do we wait till?
Well, it has to do with the environmental impacts of the project.
Okay.
So I think what I would urge a written comment, we can just send them to me, and I'll forward them on to the consulting team.
It was received after 5 p.m. So
this is a scoping meeting, and so the written comments are wonderful and sometimes even better. We don't need to read them aloud. We're going to send all the comments and compile them and send them to the consulting team. Thank you.
Thank you. So neither Larry and Steve had no comments, questions? That's who I was referring to.
sorry.
No problem. Are you good, Larry?
Yeah, no, I'm fine at this
Steve?
point.
Any questions?
Same. At this point, yeah, I have some things I want to bring up, but later.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
And then just confirming, were you intending to make a presentation?
Given the hour, we'll spare you the presentation, but certainly be available to answer questions. As the applicant, I'll say that we've been at this for 10 years. There has been an EIR done and certified by the Planning Commission on mostly what this project is now, with a couple of exceptions. Oh, and just to continue with that, the approval was appealed to the City Council. We agreed to provide further study and fix some things that the public wanted fixing in the EIR. And then we had a fire, and then we had a pandemic, and we've had a lot of things that have sort of pushed this down the road. But and we also have a new planning staff. Having fresh eyeballs on this thing, their recommendation was taken very seriously to essentially rewrite this thing and make sure that all the things that were problematic in the past and hard to understand are fixed, and we're happy to play along with that. So I'll spare you the full dog and pony show for a study session to be done later, but relative to the scoping session, we would really appreciate getting the ball moving on the EIR.
Very good.
And again, I'm Bill Hooper with Kenwood Investment.
Thank you, Bill. So, at this point, I'd like to open it up to the public and give the public an opportunity to make comment on the scoping of the EIR. Steve?
Thank you. Steve Page. I realize this is not, we're not here to talk about the merits of the project. I am a proponent of this project, and the reason I bring that up is that having gone through the CEQA process in the business I used to be involved with, it is very rigorous. It is, there are obviously lots and lots of things that can be studied. I would encourage you to limit the scope of this EIR to those things that really do need resolution. It's been 10 years since this project was introduced. There's been lots and lots of study. You've got proponents of this project who have gone the extra mile, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of the time, the money, and the patience that they've invested. And so I would simply urge you to limit the scope of this new EIR to those things that are really outstanding, have not been studied, and let's try and wrap this thing up and get it to a vote in a reasonable time.
Thank you. Okay, microphone's open.
Okay, just the scoping, right?
Just the scoping.
Okay. First, I'd really like to see an alternative that has the 50% housing component requirement, since we don't know if that's going to be waived or not. Other items for the EIR would be an impact on the pedestrian safety of the staff parking that's across the street, because I've seen people, walk across the street mid-block there, and also the truck loading zone on First Street West, because there is an apartment down on First Street West and Andrew Street. Also, the impact on housing requirements, given that additional housing is needed, is induced by the hotel, spa, and the restaurant. So the Nexus study done that has the detail of how to calculate, based off of for hotels and restaurants, how many additional housing units you need at each income level. Also, one of the things in the CEQA is, does it meet the current development code and standards? And so it's hard to tell from all the diagrams whether the underground parking meets the parking standards, for example, the width, length, and clearance, and also the number of loading zones that are required. And most important, the EIR must calculate GHG, the greenhouse gas, and VMT, vehicle miles traveled, based upon the entire trip of the hotel guests, including the air travel. You can reference a court case, the California River Watch versus the County of Sonoma 2017 in regards to this. And by acknowledging that adding hotel rooms to the city of Sonoma will increase the TOT, or the occupancy tax, to the city of Sonoma, that means you are bringing in new visitors to Sonoma. You're just not rearranging the visitors from one hotel to another. So yeah, this is the hotels will have new visitors. Also, the spa is a destination, so you could have visitors coming just because you have for the spa treatment on there. So that's why you have to look at the entire trip, because it could be inducing additional visitors to Sonoma. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Johanna Patry, 621 Napa Road. What I'm looking for is an absolute, accurate, complete project description. It has always been in the past a flaw of the EIR for this project. All addresses, all sites, and all sites mapped. No vagueness and no surprises coming up at the end. I'd like to see that the neighboring businesses and the neighboring residences are contacted, mainly because of the impacts they're going to have during construction and the traffic. And the traffic study, very up to date, at the very peak of traffic time, and all of the auxiliary streets, because what we're seeing now is for people, traffic, avoiding West Napa Street, they're using Andrex. They will be using West MacArthur once the construction there is finished. If there's loading on First Street West, they'll be using Second Street West, because this is an immense project and the construction will be immense. So all of these outlying streets will be impacted and used by traffic. I'd like to see adequate bicycle lanes and how that's going to work and not conflict with traffic. I'd like to know why, it may be not a CEQA issue, but it's certainly part of the description, the rationale in this project for the conversion of existing houses, residential units, into permanent low-income housing, which I don't see the nexus into the new construction of this project. So I'd like that to be addressed. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Johanna.
Vic and 40, the items I'd like to see considered in the impact report would be the Lynch building. It's unclear as to as Johanna mentioned, the scope of and the description of the project. It seems like it's not included in the diagrams of the land area, the footprint or the land area that the project's built on. The Lynch building isn't included in that, yet there are discussion about converting the 7 units that are on the 3rd floor, as if which would be a part of the mitigation for the inclusionary requirement. So it seems to me the Lynch building should be either in or out. But I think in would be the best way to do it. Also, because the project as proposed shares or is including parking that provides parking for the Index Tribune building, that needs to be a part of the traffic studies and the parking studies, because clearly they're using the same parking lot. other item would be the site that's across the street with the Bank of Marin, that is being proposed as staff parking. So as David mentioned, that site should be included in the project if they're proposing uses that relate to the rest of the project, and that would include, you know, traffic and parking and pedestrian issues. Other would be the traffic analysis be re-examined because of the length of time and the change of traffic conditions on West Napa Street, that a left turn lane be reviewed. And then the loading space issues. There doesn't appear to be a loading parking space. They're 12 by 40 big in the basement, and I don't see any discussion of loading on First Street West. Plus, there's no way to get to load the wheeled dollies or whatever to get from First Street West into the project or the basement or anything. So that the whole loading issue needs to be reviewed by the impact report. And also as a project alternative, the housing at the Bank of Marin parcel that's across the street, that's where the staff parking is proposed, that would be an alternate for the report to review. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Anyone else that would like to come up and contribute to the scoping of this recirculated EIR?
There is a person on Zoom that would like to speak.
Great, bring him on.
Tom Conlon, you may speak.
Thank you all again at this late hour. I echo some of the earlier comments of the concerned members of the public. I would like to draw attention first to the what appears to be in the packet, that population and housing is outside of the scoping. I kind of disagree with that. I think that we should take a look at that as a potential CEQA impact. I agree that the historic resources need to be fully evaluated in this scoping effort, as well as water availability and sewer impacts and fire evacuation, in particular up Highway 12 in the event that one or the other ways out of our valley are blocked, or both. And then my primary concern has to do with greenhouse gas emissions. As we filed in previous comments on this project, we're concerned because the habit in many project level EIRs is to only do vehicle miles traveled analysis within what I would call a convenient scope. That is something that can be accomplished through the Cal EE-mod software and the traditional methods used by firms like WTrans and other traffic consultants who really are building on tools that were used for traffic analysis, for congestion analysis from the perspective of automobile users. And what we really need to have are more comprehensive assessments of vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas impacts. And so the specifics of a destination hotel, such as one that's proposed for this site, are such that you're attracting tourists from all over the world. So the impact of adding another bed in Sonoma Valley, another hotel bed, is that you'll probably bring in, according to the Visitors Bureau, the plaza has something like 26% of the tourists who visit who use the services of the Visitors Bureau are coming from an international location. So unless the project is going to be comfortable committing to some form of restriction on international travelers and can show that in their application that they're not going to be serving that market, which may not even be legal, to be honest, I think it's absolutely mandatory that the EIR assess the international impact as well as the cross-country impact outside of the traditional short, convenient scope of BMT analysis. And then I have several mitigation suggestions. If the employees won't be living on site, then we need to see how they might travel to and from their housing to the jobs at the hotel. And also, same for the visitors to be using non-automobile modes to get to and from the hotel. And then once they're at the hotel, to the restaurants, wine tasting venues, parks, and other wonderful amenities we have for them here in Sonoma County and in the greater Bay Area. So those are my concerns. Again, I'm looking for a full accounting of the greenhouse gas impacts of this project. Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Tom.
Member of the public on Zoom that would like to speak, Bill Willers and Carol Marcus. You may speak.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bill. Carol?
You're muted. You're muted, Bill. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yes.
now? Excellent. Good evening. It's Carol Marks here. Thanks for hearing my comments via Zoom. I have several areas of concern having to do with the scoping of the EIR, which were outlined in a letter that Bill Willers and I sent to you. And I would like to suggest that land use, aesthetics, traffic, and air quality be included in the scoping of the EIR. Tonight I would just like to focus on two of them: land use, because of the project's non-compliance with Sonoma's development code and general plan, and traffic brought about by the scale of the proposed project. The proposed project is out of compliance with Sonoma's development code in many categories, but first and foremost because there is an insufficient area of the project dedicated to housing. How else will we bring much needed housing into our community if not by requiring it in all new projects in the commercial and mixed use zones? There are no more redevelopment fees, the Housing Trust Fund is inadequate, and housing impact fees are pennies on the dollar of what it actually costs to produce housing. Sonoma's general plan, development code, and housing element were approved by the state on the premise that the potential exists in the commercial and mixed use zones to produce state required housing, and Sonoma's RENA numbers are based on this. Not producing a minimum of 50% housing should not be an option. Secondly is the fact that this project is out of scale with our community, originating from the merger of 4 lots into one. This results in a project that is out of compliance with the general plan because it is inconsistent with development patterns in the historic district. All environmental factors are amplified because of this merger. I will only mention 2, traffic and parking. Others were mentioned in the letter that Bill and I sent to you. The proposed loading area in the southbound lane of First Street West concerns me because we live in the residential neighborhood just south of it. My concern over traffic is heightened because a disproportionate part of the proposed project is dedicated to commercial use. Another impact of the project being out of scale with the downtown district is the fact that a secondary property must be used and valet parking employed to help offset the tremendous parking shortfall on the site. The proposed parking provided is out of compliance with Sonoma's development code. The proposed parking arrangement would be a bad precedent for the commission to set and should signal to you that the project as proposed is simply too large for its site. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be generous this evening. If you forgot to say anything, please feel free to come a second time. If not, I'm going to then bring it back for comments from the commissioners. All right, I'll close the public section portion and bring it back to the commissioners. Yes, Larry.
Well, let me say that the list that the consultant provided appears to include virtually all of the items that the members of the public have identified as concerns. I support and believe that we should look at all of the items that have been mentioned by the public. They included a number of things that I was going to talk about, so I think they're all valid. I have, a particular interest in the issue of the utilities, which includes water use. I noted recently that the water agency has cut off, I think, 130 entities who were drawing water from the Russian River water system, and we're clearly in what all the water experts are describing as a desperate situation. So I'm particularly interested in what the psychoanalysis of water is, as well as I'm assuming that they will contact the Sonoma County Water Agency, from whom we get most of our water, and find out what their plans and potential restrictions are on increased water use. This project is large and it will use a lot of water. So I think, as I say, all the items that I felt in these categories, the environmental factors that would potentially be affected were listed. I assume they were listed by the consultant because he plans to include all of them in the report. So I support that and look forward to seeing a new, updated, and comprehensive initial study report. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Steve, any thoughts?
I really have nothing to add to what all the others have said. I too am concerned about water, traffic, and the lack of the housing that's called for in this. So I just am echoing what others have said already, but I look forward to seeing this as well.
Thank you, Steve. Sheila.
I'm impressed with your perseverance. I'm sure at times you're wondering why. And I look at Norm Krug's project that just got approval in the county and what they did there, and it's a completely different project. And I think that project was easier to get approval because it was a larger parcel and it included housing, affordable housing in it, integral into that project, and I think that made it a whole lot easier. With everything you've gone through, I think that now's the time to double down and make sure that this EIR is as comprehensive as possible, because you're going to get backlash if it isn't. So it's going to have to be as extremely detailed as any EIR that ever happened in Sonoma. And I think that the comments from all of the speakers were also included in the proposal from Matt. So I think that all looks really good. And I just think that right now the only way is to make sure that we dive in and definitely look at alternatives here and make sure that one of the alternatives is that 50% housing component, to make sure that all of these obstacles have been addressed before we go any further on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Jim?
I'm perhaps a little naive as to this question, but the next step will be an initial study.
No, we are going straight to preparing the.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, we're preparing a recirculated draft environmental impact report. So the next step, the first step will be drafting the project description. As Ms. Patry mentioned, a thorough project description is really the base of where the psychoanalysis starts from. And then we're going to be reviewing the old EIRs and updating all of the sections that require analysis. We have some new technical studies, a revised traffic report that's going to be prepared, and then that will all be packaged into a revised draft EIR, and that will be circulated to the public for 45 days.
Okay. It just seemed to me originally when we got the report, there wasn't enough detail on the applicant's presentation to really go through a really thorough EIR, but is that Are you going to rely on the old EIR for that, or how are we going to do that?
So the very first step is drafting the project description, and so that will entail, so the level of detail that we have for the scoping meeting and the study session is less than we will need for the EIR, so we'll be working with the applicant team and our consultant to create a very thorough and robust project description.
Okay, so a substantial amount of more detail is going to be necessary to go through the process.
Yeah, typically a SQL project
Fine.
description is, between 10 and, 15
Okay,
pages,
thank you.
20 pages.
No questions.
I don't have much more to offer because I think all the items have been captured, and I look forward with staff, consultant, and applicant moving forward, and we'll see how things go. I'm sorry. It's late, I will open it up for public again if you have a comment.
Yes, David
Good.
Eicher, my apologies, trying to separate out the scoping and study.
Sure.
I missed one thing in terms of the alternative of the 50/50 residential. What I like to see would be like a small 20 to 25 room boutique hotel plus maybe a dozen or so residential units as the alternative. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Okay, public's closed. We've said our piece. Is there anyone else that likes to add more comment? To the consultant, is there anything else we can provide for you at this point to make your job easier? You're good. Christina, we're good? Okay, I'd like to then, that's it, we closed. No motion, no nothing. I'd like to then reopen agenda item 8.3 if our director is ready.
We're just doing some last minute fine tunes. I'd say give me another 5 minutes so we can actually reverse and I can do my director's report. Are we at that point? Are we doing the study session another time?
We're not doing the study session
Okay.
tonight.
Mr. Chair Wellender,
Yes, Larry.
since staff is working on what I believe is the issues related to the housing waiver, et cetera, is there another part of the decision-making we have to make on MacArthur Place that we can proceed with in the meantime while he's finishing his work? For example, the parking exception, are we prepared to come to some decision as a group as to where we stand on that?
I think it would be valid to go ahead and to focus as we wait on such a topic. So we won't go into any further down the agenda. Let's go back and open it up for commission comment regarding the parking exception. Yes, ma'am.
Insofar as parking, I think my concerns regarding parking have been satisfied or at least mitigated, subject to the condition of annual review and enforced by the option, ultimate option of a revocation of a use permit. And I'll submit on those comments.
Thank you.
Have we agreed that the parking evaluation planning?
Put your mic on there, Jim.
Have we agreed that the annual review of the parking plan and the parking situation, we agreed that that would go before the planning commission?
That's what we're discussing, and certainly we've talked about it, the importance of it, to have an annual review, and so that will be something will be put in whatever motion.
I think it'd be
is
very
ready.
important to have it submitted as an agenda item on the planning commission. I'd like you to consider also adding something to that, at least the first year of the planning report, and that would be a really thorough validation. We've had so many changes, so many additions, it's really unclear as to, starting at the top, what are the specifications of all the parking generating elements? In some cases it's seats, indoor, outdoor, other times it's square footage. I think it would be good to validate all of that in a report and make a note of the elements required, whether it's seats in, seats out, and then the resultant parking requirements. And I'd like to see that kind of a study made so that we can really look at the big picture and be firmly grounded on what we have. Perhaps just for the first year, that's a fairly complicated study. Would the commission consider that?
I'm not sure I understand that well enough.
Well, essentially, it's a validation of the whole parking process. At the end, you come out with the perhaps a revised parking requirement based on.
So more general across our development code, not specific to this property?
Yeah, specific to this property, but using the development code as the criteria for the parking requirement. Whereas validating the elements that it travels through from the facilities to the parking required elements, seats, size, and then spitting out the resultant parking requirement. Let's see if we're still on track or if something's changed. Maybe the calculations were made a long time ago and aren't accurate anymore in square footage or so forth. That's all.
Well, when do we know if they're asked to do a report, or WT Transit is, and the report...
Is your mic on?
Yeah, I'm not up to it, sorry. It seems like the annual review, which basically is going to tell us either parking is working or parking is not working, is the purpose of that. It's a chance to confirm that they're either holding up their end of the deal, they're managing the parking well, they're managing the off-site parking, and there have been no problems, significant problems arise in that 12-month period. I'm not real sure what we would gain with further analysis, because at least at this point, at least my greatest concern is we've got 131 places, parking spaces. It's in a residential community. We have gotten commitment on taking certain steps to manage that. Now we need a period of time now and say, is that working? And to me, that's the, at least in my eyes, what I want to hear in a year, if whatever that time period is. And maybe there's more information to be gleaned from it, but I would like to have a report that basically is going to just tell us, is this working or is it not working? Are they holding up their end of the deal? If they're not, what alternatives do we have? And as I think it has been suggested, there is going to be that implied revocation option that we have should things fall apart or get to the point where it's not working. But I'm not sure what we'll be gaining if we do more. And if you can elaborate on it,
Well, I'll try to do that. Yeah. Well, I think the idea, whether in the meeting, in the review meeting, whether it's working or not working, that there's a lot of subjectivity to that. I'm just trying to get some more facts to see whether the fundamental structure is really accurate. Or oftentimes drawings aren't right. Seating doesn't turn out to be what it should be. You just validate all the elements from the things that generate parking to the existing facilities, what's there in terms of seats, sizes, and what kind of parking requirements that generate. I mean, are we really right at 131 if you look at the whole process that spits out the ultimate parking?
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, I ask a question of Commissioner Bolar.
Sure.
I'm a little, while I support the idea, I think, of what you're getting at, which is a process of re-examining and verifying that the underlying bases for these parking requirements actually fit the facility. I'm not clear on how it is that analysis would be conducted. For example, we've accepted this notion that some parking requirements for some uses will be reduced by 50% because it's not going to be just the public coming into the hotel, but facilities will be used by hotel guests. It's worth noting that in the development code, that 50% is not a fixed number, nor is it automatic. And in fact, the Planning Commission has within its purview to establish any percentage reduction in the parking requirement that it feels is legitimate. So even though the information has been presented to us that, for example, the restaurant seating, has got 50% applied to it, or the spa's got a 50%. I don't know if I'm being perfectly accurate, but the principle is what I'm talking about. That 50% is not a dictated number. nor is it an assumed number. It's something that has to be determined and agreed to by the Planning Commission. So what that gets to is if in fact that 50% number is not accurate, it may be that the parking is inadequate. My question to you, Mr. Bohar, is how do we determine those what are essentially internally generated numbers and statistics in order to place them against the underlying assumptions upon which the parking scheme has been built? I don't know how we monitor, evaluate, and determine whether, for example, 50% is the right number because of the usage of hotel guests of certain facilities versus member of the outside public. It's a monitoring process that I don't believe the city currently provides, has the personnel to do, or even has developed the methodology to ascertain. So I don't know how you would do what you're proposing.
Yes, all I was doing is presenting an idea that I thought would clarify these reporting times. You certainly point out legitimate hurdles to that. In spite of that, should we still be pursuing this in some way, somehow, perhaps here or there, in order to see if that's...
Well, I think in the end, the proof is in the pudding. When we get our yearly report, which is going to include, obviously, a sense of how the neighborhood has felt about the parking in the area, whatever statistics the hotel accumulates. Mr. Walsh presented us, for example, tonight with a chart that showed that 2 employees were identified with stickers on their cars, had parked on the street, not in the parking lot. In other words, when there's some verification, whether it's by the hotel or W-Trans, as to the success of the parking management plan, then that's really on the only item we will have on which to make a basis as to whether or not the parking plan has worked. I don't think we can go in and monitor how many hotel guests actually eat dinner in the restaurant as opposed to leaving and going to have dinner downtown or vice versa. I just don't think we have that capacity. So we're just going to have to wait for that year-end evaluation.
I have a question for staff. In your experience in terms of W-Trans writing up reports or assessments, yearly evaluations that will come back to us that hopefully will make us smile and say this was good or not, the comments that Larry and Jim have expressed, could they be addressed in the report that's anticipated? Or because it almost, again, I go back to, you know, we want to hold them accountable for this parking commitment. Now we're saying come back and show us in 12 months. And that report is either going to tell us whether or not it's working. Now we can extrapolate out of that data maybe some additional information that might make us want to revisit some of our development code requirements or what have you. But I don't think it's necessarily fair to encumber this applicant on creating a bigger assessment just so that we can feel comfortable that the development code percentages or counts are right. So to me, what I'm concerned about is they said it would work. We're cautiously optimistic. They come back with a report, and it's either going to say, yes, it's working, or it's not, and here are some proposed tweaks to continue to make it work. So that's, again, my perspective, whether it's accurate or not.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is there a good parking management program that works, or do we not have one that works? I think the specific numbers isn't necessarily what's important. They do have very crystal clear limits to their use permit. So I think the comments from Commissioner Bohar was more doing kind of a ground truthing, and are they operating within their the limits of the use permit? But if they're required to comply with the number of seats and number of guest rooms and all of that. Otherwise, they're subject to revocation of the use permit. The parking management plan, it's going to be an iterative, ongoing process. We have a willing applicant W-Trans as far as their capability goes. Traffic engineers, in my experience, are pretty black and white, and they come up with, this isn't a unique process. This isn't something that they're inventing for this specific applicant. This happens all over the state, and they're a very reputable firm. I've worked with them for probably 15 years through many jurisdictions in California.
I'm fine with the annual W-Trans review. I just want to clarify that we are putting a gravestone on the parking bank.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
And I think that
Dagger.
may need to, I don't know if we need to spell that out any clearer than we have, but.
So that new math can go away. All right. Thank you.
I think the staff report is pretty clear that that was considered in June and is not there.
Do we have any other discussion before we go back to the topic of the residential element?
Chair Wellender,
Yes, oh, Steve, yes.
as the initial objector to the parking exception, I'm prepared to live with this, provided we get the annual review and that we have the ultimate sanction of revocation of the use permit if they don't rectify any parking shortcomings. And that lastly, it comes back to the Planning Commission and is not dealt with administratively.
So be it. I hear it. It's good. We'll include that. Okay. Mr. Storer, do you have what you need to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll refer you to the resolution. This would be the online version of page 13 of 71 for those that are following along. This will be a finding. What we would be doing is excuse me, just trying to get my emails real quick. So what we would do is remove the last paragraph of section 2.2 in the resolution. So you'll need to go to a subsequent page after that. So go to section 2 of the resolution. I just gave you the first page number of it, so it's like 2 or 3 pages in. And it's basically a finding, and I'll read it into the record, and later you can reference this. I'll also give you some language for a new condition of approval, number 24, as it relates to the dollar amounts and payment methodology. And then I'll turn it over to Christine to read into the record the condition on the parking management plan, and maybe she can slide in there the death knell of the credit or the bank, if you will. So into the record, we would, as I said, remove the last paragraph of section 2.2. That's Roman.
Which starts how?
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
It starts, additionally, the applicant requests a waiver of the mixed-use zoning district housing component.
Gotcha, thank you.
And I'll read the language that we've worked on. Additionally, the applicant requests a waiver of the mixed-use zoning district housing component for the proposed project as outlined in Sonoma Municipal Code section 19.10.020. Under section 19.10020 C2, applications for new development for which a discretionary permit is required, a residential component is required unless waived by the Planning Commission. A residential component should normally comprise of at least 50% of the total proposed building area. While a waiver was previously approved for the operation of the existing hotel by the Planning Commission in 1997, 1999, 2018, and 2020, per section 19.10.020C, the housing crisis in the city and state has only worsened since then, such that new circumstances require the Commission to reevaluate the waiver of the request anew. The Planning Commission finds that the necessity of a residential component is a compelling interest of the city, given the serious housing crisis in the city and throughout the state. It further finds that hotel uses are not incompatible with residential uses, as residential uses can be incorporated into existing hotels, and that project will increase the need for residential development. A simple waiver would not allow the city to obtain the vitally needed residential component required for the project. To provide for a proportional benefit for the absence of the residential development, the Commission imposes a financial contribution to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund as set forth in the conditions of approval that will mitigate, though not eliminate, the waiver of the mixed-use zoning housing requirement. This figure is based on a reasonable value per square foot of development. This contribution will essentially constitute a reduction of the residential component, in exchange for which the Planning Commission approves the absence of a residential component due to property characteristics that limit opportunities for residential development. In addition, the eastern portion of the site includes a portion of Nathanson Creek, and development is not allowed within 20 feet of the top of bank. So that'll be a revised finding that we would insert into the resolution. And then condition number 24. Let's have a look here. We'll say words to the effect of no later than or within 270 days of the issuance of an occupancy permit for each respective unit, the applicant shall pay a residential component waiver contribution of $20,000 to the city to be placed in the Housing Trust Fund, with 4 annual payments of $20,000 on each respective occupancy anniversary until the sum of $100,000 has been reached per unit. So that'll be a new condition number 24, and I'll turn it over to Christina to give you a condition for the parking management plan.
Okay, the recommended language is that the applicant shall maintain a parking management plan that is updated annually in response to concerns from the public and includes an annual report documenting potential issues affecting the adjacent neighborhood. The parking management plan shall be reviewed annually by the Planning Commission. The 2021-2022 traffic management plan shall include the following: implementation of an employee car sticker program to facilitate monitoring by the hotel staff and public. Conversion of 2 additional parking spaces in the front of the hotel for 1-hour parking available to the public without valet. Identify a designated employee responsible for overseeing the parking management plan and ensuring employee compliance, including name, email, and phone number. Include an employee parking section in the plan outlining employee parking requirements, public transportation options, rideshare opportunities, etc. Identify large stadium events at the Sonoma Valley High School and prohibit large hotel events on those select days and times to avoid neighborhood parking overflow. Alternatively, event-specific parking management plans with off-site parking may be submitted to the city for review and approval. Preparation and distribution of a 1-page summary of the parking management plan to neighbors within a 500-foot radius. That includes contact information to report issues and concerns. And that would be the enforcement responsibility of the Planning Department and Planning Commission, and would need to be reviewed annually. And then I would also recommendation an additional condition of approval stating that the bank has been extinguished, and just to make it crystal clear.
I'd like to challenge any one of my commissioners to just repeat what you heard for the last 15 minutes.
I don't think we can repeat.
Okay, so with that in mind, any thoughts before I solicit a motion or comments? I would love to entertain a motion.
I will so move, Mr. Chairman. I move a resolution number, it has no number, -2021, approving use permit and design review applications for a hotel located at 29 East MacArthur Street, incorporating the language provided by the city by the planning director, and as well, the addition to the findings, conditions of approval associated with that resolution pertaining to the payments in accordance with the modification of the waiver of the housing requirement on the project.
Great. Is there a second?
I second that.
Further discussion? Wendy, roll call.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Wyrick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Aye.
and Chair Wellender.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Absolutely.
So, and thank you for your support on the project. The one comment I promised to the Austin neighbors would be we would try to move forward in the hotel, would be the advocate for the parking signs on that. So I'm unsure of how to do that, but the recommendation is a sign that says no commercial traffic on South Austin Block, and 2 signs on South Austin Block that say residential parking only. And they talked a lot at our open house about the potential of stickers and that, and everybody said, you know, we don't want to try to do that, but if we could reduce the parking on the south block of Austin, so that's the ask. It's in our presentation, but I'm unsure how to move that forward other than what I've done so far.
We'll, we can have that conversation, or you can have that conversation with the Public Works Director. She also staffs the Traffic Safety Committee as well.
Okay.
So that'd be something that we could facilitate through Christina.
Okay, and can the Planning Commission support that we do that?
Oh, sounds great.
Because I think it's something that's really going to help the process forward. So I think if the residents see that, some of the problems that the residents on South Austin have really are beyond the control of the hotel. But as a group, I think if we do that, it'll help ease some of these issues. But thank you very much for your consideration.
All right. Now, fast going to items for discussion. Director Storr, is this your moment in time?
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments for your information and see where they end up. The first one is that today staff produced an amended City Council agenda for Monday night. There are 2 items of interest that I think you might be interested in anyway. One is that the County of Sonoma has asked if the city is wanting to opt in or opt out of a provision that requires micro businesses to operate in the county. With the county having the public health department, state law is written such that the county will make that determination for all of the cities and the unincorporated county to allow micro businesses to operate in single family zones, which will allow basically for kitchens to be used on a commercial basis up to specified limits. Without getting too deep into the issue, you can go to your city council packet and read that. It's one of 2 public meeting discussions Monday night. The second one being a resolution regarding the Mexican Independence Day that was added today after the publication of the packet. So if you would like to look at that particular resolution, it would be an action that would approve the celebration of that particular holiday or event. The second thing I want to mention is about appeals of the RENA numbers. We're currently within an appeal period. I do know that the county has submitted 2 appeals, one of which is very likely to get approved by HCD because it's already been worked out with the city of Cloverdale. If the county is successful in getting both appeals approved, I suspect they won't get the second, but if they are successful, that might mean another shakeout of the RENA numbers, which would add to our count of being anywhere from 50 to 70 units on top of the 330 that we've been given by ABAG. This would be additive.
Is this just the shuffling of the duck chairs?
Within the Sonoma County, correct,
Okay.
yes. The Association of Bay Area Governments received 28 appeals from its 101 member jurisdictions. Most of them are symbolic statements of, we don't like what you fed us. And that's really where they're all going to end up, is on the dog pile, I think, because in my experience, I've seen maybe one or two out of a 30-year career actually get approved by ABAG or the Council of Governments as it is. They're very rare. There has to be some real bad methodology that's been used in the first place. The action that ABAG will be taking will be discussed at a public meeting somewhere in November or December. That's when we'll get our final number. I suspect it won't be changed from the 330. That's my guess, and that's what my gut's telling me. That being said, the third out of three is that on August 25th at 6:30 p.m., the Sonoma Valley Citizens Advisory Committee will be reviewing a permit for the Amazon facility to the south of our town. And Councilmember Barnett and I have been working together on his attendance at that meeting to provide support that he needs to look out for the interests of the city of Sonoma as it relates to traffic and generation and distribution of that traffic. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Issues update, was that mushed into that as well?
I can always talk to you about issues. Yeah. I have a 45-minute PowerPoint if you want to see it.
Comments from the commission?
I have one comment.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm going first, Commissioner Barnett.
Feel free.
Ladies first.
I finally got to go to the Sausage Emporium, and it's fabulous. And if you remember how wonderful it was when we got to approve her, and they had a lot of struggles opening, including the death of their chef right before they opened and various things. So I just wanted to tell you how fabulous it is and highly encourage everybody to go support Miranda and her team. I went to breakfast there Wednesday because I had no power at my house, which meant no coffee because I have a well and there was no water. And their coffee is fabulous. I had a Scotch egg. Hugh had a British breakfast, and it was so good. So I encourage everybody to go there. Thank you.
Larry.
I'm wondering, Chair Wellender, whether it makes sense to have the discussion about the Napa Street Hotel at a separate meeting rather than trying to jam it in with the other items.
Are you referring
that,
to the study session?
Yeah.
Well, certainly having marathon meetings like this, I think there's a diminishing return as the hour draws late. So if the anticipation is that the study is going to be a protracted period of time, then I would support the idea of a special meeting. Now, any comments from staff on that?
Oh yeah. As we speak right now, let's see. We only have 7 items for your next meeting, of which 2 of them are huge, and that was not counting the continuance of a study session. So I think I'm shouting violently that you probably need to have a second meeting in September.
Can we shift some of those so that maybe we have the study plus maybe 2 innocuous ones so that we don't have a marathon the next monthly meeting?
Yes, I have an appeal that's coming up. We have Spark coming up, Sweetwater, a tentative map. That's just the 4 before you get to a study session. Then we have some other smaller projects, the third of which is another study session for another project. So maybe what we do is we do the 2 study sessions at a separate meeting, and maybe slide in a small project and then have another beefy project later. I think the appeal that we have, I may continue that to October anyway, but you're still heavily congested.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Oh, Mr. Chair, if I can also, I'm sorry, I apologize.
No.
I think it's September the 28th. I don't see why I don't have it on here. I haven't put it on my own calendar yet, but there'll be a joint planning commission city council meeting, if you recall. We think the 28th, you were all polled about that, I believe.
Yeah.
So you might, if you're thinking about adding another meeting, you might want to consider that as well as, putting that into the menu, so to speak.
Okay, Steve, anything from your end?
No, just caution you against playing pickleball.
I wanted to talk to you about that. My only parting comment, or my closing comment is, I had a discussion with the former commissioner, Mr. Felder, that is now taking on that role of city council, and he was disappointed that he wasn't going to be able to attend this evening, but he's on family vacation, which I fully supported, but I think he wants to have an opportunity to express appreciation or thanks or whatever. I would like to challenge us to not make it a severe roast, but I think we have enough stories and opportunities to also express some appreciation to Bob when he so chooses to come before us. So I just wanted to throw out that opportunity that may be down the road. So, with that, I would love, I covet.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
And a second. Do we need a roll call on this? Good. Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks,
Thanks,
everyone.
Steve.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Hey, Steve, I want to hear the explanation of the pickle, but we'll do that over coffee or something.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Just do it from mama.